frustrated she is, talking about job insecurity. And so we did want to bring this to you as the economy and job security continue to be top of mind for voters right there. So we did want to share that with you. If you heard some drops in audio, that is the reason. We did have to mute some of the inappropriate language used by one of the auto workers right there. She's very upset about the state of the jobs at this particular plant, and you can see that she's continuing to speak right there. So we did want to share that with you. That wasn't, an audio glitch. That was intentional, as we do need to be mindful in terms of what folks say here on Live Now from Fox. So we are going to raise the audio, but just keep in mind, if you hear a dip in that audio, that is the reason why we are muting the sound, because of inappropriate language right there, as the United Auto Workers holding this meeting, talking about the economy, talking about reopening a plant right there in Illinois. So once again, we're going to raise that audio.
They gave us fork truck driving license, and you're like, holy shit, some of these people shouldn't be driving a fork truck, myself included. I'm just saying that.
All right. So you know what we're going to do is, because we really do want to be mindful, we're going to step away for a 2-minute break here on Live Now from Fox. We're going to continue to monitor that, but we did want to share that with you as job security and the economy continue to be top of mind. I'm Stephanie Quinn. You're watching Live Now from Fox. Much more coverage after this break. Stay with us. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. And we do want to let you know that we're keeping a very close eye on this live look. This is at the border, the southern border in Arizona right there, as we are expecting former President Trump to tour the border there in Arizona. And then shortly after that, talk about the ongoing border crisis as well as security. You can see the microphone right there ready for his remarks. And we will bring them to you here on Live Now from Fox, uninterrupted as they happen. And of course, we're going to let you know as soon as we see any movement. Right now, it's a little unclear as to whether there's going to be another camera following former President Trump as he tours the border. If that happens, of course, we're going to bring that to you live. But this is the live look of the podium where he is set to speak at 3 p.m. Eastern time. So in just about 45 minutes or so. Meantime, we continue to follow the very latest from the Democratic National Convention. That is an exterior look of the United Center there in Chicago, as today is the fourth and final day of the DNC, the theme being For Our Future. And tonight, Vice President Kamala Harris will officially accept the nomination to be the Democratic Party presidential candidate. Other speakers include North Carolina Governor Roy Cooper, who was on Harris's list of potential running mates, Reverend Al Sharpton, and former Republican congressman and outspoken Trump opponent Adam Kinzinger. Last night, Minnesota Governor Tim Walz officially accepted the nomination to be the Democratic Party vice presidential candidate. To talk more about this, I do want to bring in Richard Gordon, who is a political analyst. And Richard, thank you so much for taking the time to speak with us. We appreciate it.
Well, it's a pleasure being on with you. Thank you for having me.
Absolutely. Today, all eyes are going to be on Vice President Kamala Harris as she delivers those final remarks, officially accepting the nomination to be the Democratic presidential candidate. What does she need to say? What does she need to do today in order to really have this be considered a success?
Well, I think she needs to pivot. I think she needs to pivot from being a relatively unknown. I mean, it's kind of funny to talk about someone who's been so prominent, an attorney general, district attorney, United States senator. But for 4 years, she's been largely invisible. And that was a choice, I guess, that the Biden administration and she made. But the American people don't know her. And she needs to pivot from the quiet number two to the out front number one. And you're seeing her do that on the campaign trail. But tonight, with literally the world watching, with the country watching, she needs to display her personality, this joyful, happy, excited, but also, and this is a tough line. I mean, we still live in a world where people are judged differently based on a whole bunch of things, including their sex. And, she needs to be tough, strong. She needs to look like the commander-in-chief and act like the commander-in-chief, but at the same time, build on who she is, which is a person who is excited and happy to be in public service and to serve other people. And so it's so much bigger than policy. I think it's tone. And I think what the country is looking for, and what I think you'll see tonight, is a tone that sets forth, I'm ready, I'm able to do this, but you know what? I'm going to lead this country in a different way, a very different way than either my boss, the president, or the former president.
And particularly when it comes to undecided voters, there are 7 battleground states that will likely very much decide this upcoming presidential election. For voters who are still on the fence, what do you think they are particularly looking to? Is it character? You mentioned personality, or is it more the substance, the issues that she'll be talking about?
I have a theory on this, which is American voters are willing to accept differences in policy. Now, there's some things that are so salient, that are so important, especially to people who may be single issue voters. But for most people, they want a leader. They want someone to follow. They want someone that they feel could be out front and has their back and is willing to do what it takes. And I think there are some absolutely key issues here. Okay, for example, immigration is a massive issue. The border is a massive issue, and I think for undecideds, that is going to be pivotal in a lot of ways. And also how she talks about the economy. One of the things I have been especially happy to see. Many things I've been happy to see, but one of the things that I'm happy to see is I really appreciate the fact that the party finally got the message, which is you could say the economy is good. And by so many metrics, the economy is incredible. The market is on the moon. Unemployment is low. Black unemployment is low. There's a lot of good things going on. But for a lot of Americans, the economy is not doing well. And it took the Democratic Party a ridiculously long time to be able to explain that, yeah, we get it. We see you. The economy doesn't work for some people. And tonight, I think it is critical. And especially when you're talking about undecided voters. She's got to bring black men back into the party, for example. White men is much more complicated. Hispanics are important. She has to show that the economy is strong and great for a lot of people. But we see the people who it isn't. I'm going to dedicate my career, my presidency to you, and I'm going to make sure that no one's left behind. That is the message for tonight.
And I think sometimes that doesn't resonate with voters when you keep hearing a particular candidate saying the economy is great, everything is great, but then many people at home may not have a job. They may be struggling to find employment, and they're thinking, that doesn't sound like my reality. And so you bring up an important point in terms of acknowledging people's hardship and those who may not be having the best of times at this particular moment. I also wanted to talk, because you did bring up the border and border security being one of the biggest issues for a lot of American voters this election cycle. Former President Trump, we're anticipating him to tour the border in Arizona today, deliver remarks on the border crisis. Senator Vance also delivering some remarks in Georgia just a short time ago. It's interesting. Can you talk about the strategy when you're talking about former President Trump and J.D. Vance going on this, 5-day swing through those battleground states, talking to voters on the ground about these key issues as the Democratic National Convention is going on in Chicago? What is the strategy behind there? What do you make of that?
Well, I think they're doing the absolute right thing. They would not ask me for my advice or opinion, but if they did, I would tell them, why are you giving up weeks of time? The weeks of time you will never get back to get your message out. Now, I understand fully that this is the Democrats' week. Okay, the Republicans had their week. This is the Democrats' week. It's hard to break through in a lot of ways. But on something that is such a vital key issue to the former president, like the border, where he has frankly exaggerated a lot of things about the border, but has made this a cornerstone of his campaign. He has to do this. This is important. I mean, he has been ceding ground to the vice president since Joe Biden, dropped out of the race. I mean, he has been relatively non-existent, playing golf down in Mar-a-Lago or Bedminster or wherever he is. So I think it's important to get out there. Look, on this particular issue, he has something to say, and a lot of people listen to what he has to say on this. And, the Democrats obviously had a very conservative immigration bill that was put together largely by the Republicans that would have been unacceptable to Democrats in years gone by, but that Trump personally killed. I mean, he killed the immigration bill because it was bad politically for him. And, that's just, we all know that, and that's fact. And a lot of people have talked about that. But for him to be out there today talking about this issue, making news, getting heard, like he's still with us, he's still around, he has a choice. You either be quiet till after Labor Day, or you get out and you talk. I would tell him, keep talking about your issues. You have to quell this momentum. Kamala Harris could be a snowball. Not a snowflake, a snowball. And this can roll down the mountain and get stronger and stronger and stronger until it becomes an avalanche. And he has to stop that. I mean, from a political point of view, he has to figure out a way to first start identifying her, really make people understand who and what she is and what she stands for. And he's got to do that strongly because she's got the microphone right now. And one of the ways to do it is to take one of his biggest issues, go to the border, and just use a megaphone, literally, and talk about it. Smart move.
Absolutely. So we are looking ahead to Vice President Harris's speech tonight as she officially accepts the nomination. Any other speakers that you're keeping a very close eye on? North Carolina Governor Roy Cooper is set to speak, among others. But anyone else you think could really just send this message home and really just spark that excitement amongst the base?
Well, I really, honestly, it's her night. And anyone who's speaking before her tonight, I will be surprised if we remember. I've known Roy Cooper a very, very long time. He's a great guy, a great governor. We kid about the fact that he's a big UNC basketball fan. I'm a big UVA basketball fan. But besides that, he's wonderful. Look, I'm sure he'll give a fine speech. But we have heard from Reverend Warnock, Hillary Clinton, Bill Clinton, Michelle Obama, It's exhausting. I mean, we've heard the message. We've heard the message. I don't think tonight you're going to hear something dramatically different. I think Governor Cooper, since he knows the vice president so well as a former attorney general, I think he will focus on his relationship with her. Tonight is going to be all about painting a picture of Kamala Harris as who she is as a human being. You know, people need to feel comfortable with her and to be able to put their trust in her. And taking someone like Governor Cooper, who is an old friend and an old ally, and letting him do it is a very smart way to do it. But tomorrow, when we think back on tonight, we're going to be talking about Vice President Harris. We're going to talk about where she goes, what she focused on, and literally her performance points. People are going to be looking at it as a performance.
You know, and speaking of that, when it comes to something like the Democratic National Convention, and there's so much excitement inside the United Center, does that enthusiasm translate to viewers in general? Or is this enthusiasm maybe perhaps more in a vacuum, and we see the excitement there, but is that translating to the voters who are still on the fence? Are these messages, is this enthusiasm actually reaching out to those voters and swaying them?
You know, that is a absolutely phenomenal question. And, you know, ironically, I might be the wrong guy to ask because I'm inside. And what I am hearing, I'll just be frank with you, I'm in an echo chamber, right? So I'm hearing all this wonderful stuff. The people on the outside who are actually living their lives and not caught up in this thing that I've heard from are extraordinarily positive. But I think they would have been with her anyway. So what I need to do on a personal level is to get back and start listening to people. And let me just expand that. What the Harris-Walz ticket needs to do, and their surrogates need to do, is take this excitement, take this enthusiasm. We're not dealing with an octogenarian anymore. We're dealing with a young woman, a sub-60 woman, you know, 60 years old woman. The vitality, the excitement, the joy in her is just so different and palpable. It's not the people in the hall. It's not even the people watching it on TV. It's what is going to happen post-Labor Day. What is going to happen, you know, on September 15th, for example. I'm just picking as a date. But how does this build? And that's the Democratic challenge. Because, look, I've been at conventions where people have been very excited, and it was over. You know, the convention was the high water mark. I think 2004, John Kerry's a good example. But she needs to figure out a way to do exactly what you're saying. How do you translate this to average people? How do you move people? I think they have created the forces necessary to do it. If I could just give you one example that sticks out to me. I totally understand what Joe Biden means about democracy being on the line. I get it. I get it. You know, I'm a lawyer. I understand exactly what he's saying. But she pivoted from that and she made it into freedom. It's not just democracy. It's the freedom to do what you want to do. That is what democracy is. And that resonates to people. It's the freedom to marry who you want. It's the freedom to love who you want. It's the freedom to over your body. That's what freedom is. We get that. What's fascinating to me is I think independents and moderates are going to understand a freedom message, and it also cuts against Trump's government controlling you. Let's let people do their thing. And I think that's what you're going to see. It's hard for me to judge that as I sit here in Chicago.
It's going to be really interesting to see whether that momentum continues in the weeks to come. The next big test likely will be the September 10th debate between former President Trump and Vice President Harris. It's still unclear as to whether she's going to accept the debate earlier on September 4th that former President Trump had proposed on Fox. So it will be interesting. As always, Richard, thank you so much for taking the time to talk politics with us here on Live Now from Fox. We appreciate it.
It's a pleasure. Thank you again for having me.
And this is a live look inside the United Center. As you can see, a couple of folks there surrounding the podium. We were seeing a number of performers, it looked like, as they were rehearsing, as today really is the culmination of the Democratic National Convention, the fourth and final day, as Vice President Kamala Harris will officially accept the nomination to be the Democratic Party presidential candidate. We are going to step away for a 2-minute break here on Live Now from Fox, but I also wanted to share this live look with you as we are expecting former President Trump to tour the southern border there in Arizona and then deliver remarks about the border crisis. We will bring you his remarks as they happen uninterrupted without commercial break. He is expected to speak at around 3 p.m. Eastern time, so in just about 30 minutes. In the meantime, we're going to take a 2-minute break. We'll be right back. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm Stephanie Quinu, and we continue to monitor this live look right here out of Arizona as we are expecting former President Trump to tour the southern border along that area in Arizona and then speak about the border crisis and security. You're taking a look at some folks lining up. It's a little unclear as to whether we're only going to be hearing from him as you do see the podium or if there's going to be another camera walking with him as he tours the border with officials. So regardless, once he speaks, you can see this live look right here. We're going to share those remarks with you uninterrupted here on Live Now from Fox. If there should be another live stream of him touring the border with Border Patrol, we of course will bring that to you. In the meantime, we do have another live event, and that is the Pentagon briefing. So as soon as former President Trump should appear, we're going to pivot to that. But in the meantime, we're going to head to the Pentagon as they discuss international security measures.
It will be pretty noticeable, but we can let you know.
And then can I ask on the force posture, the increased force posture in the region, it was presumably done in the aftermath of the Iranian threats and the threats from Hezbollah and others to retaliate against Israel. It's been a couple weeks, I think 2 or 3 now. We haven't seen that retaliation. Is it an open-ended deployment of this increased force posture, or until an attack happens, or how is the Pentagon assessing how long these troops and these assets will be there? Because some of these were taken out of the Indo-Pacific, which the department has said is the #1 threat to U.S. national security.
So in terms of a timeline, I don't have anything to broadcast in terms of how long the TR will stay in theater and how long the ABE will stay in theater. But in terms of your question on, timing of a potential response from Iran, we've moved capabilities into the region that I think it's fair to say have gotten into the headspace of Iran, and will influence their calculation on how and if they choose to respond. We don't want to see that happen, but we have 2 carrier strike groups there, each, with 4 destroyers. That sends a very powerful message of deterrence. And it also sends a message that, we will stand with Israel should we need to come to their defense. But I can't, I don't have a crystal ball to be able to forecast how long they're going to stay there. Only that I can tell you is that we are well postured should we need to come to the defense of Israel.
And just one last one. From what I tried to look up, the Secretary of Defense hasn't had a single call with his Lebanese counterpart. I know the Joint Chiefs have spoken to the Lebanese Army Chief, but throughout this since I guess post-October 7th, and that's a key scene of what's going on in the region. Is there a reason? Is that a reflection of what the department thinks of the current government?
No, I don't think so. I don't have any calls to announce or read out. I think it's important to remember that the Secretary has calls with different variety of counterparts in the region, and it's not just from the Secretary, it's the interagency that engage their counterparts and at all different levels of government. Just because he hasn't doesn't mean that there aren't ongoing conversations at different levels of government. And as you know, whether it be Israel or Egypt or Qatar or any other country, the Secretary has engaged over time, and recently, well, I guess it seems recently, but was in CENTCOM, a few months ago, and we'll just leave it at that. Great. I'm going to go Lucas, and then I'll go to the phones.
Sabrina, do you support Ukraine's incursion into Russia?
So we're supporting Ukraine and what they need on the battlefield right now. As you heard us say time and again, we are getting a better understanding of what the Ukrainians are doing in Kursk. Our policy does allow for them to engage in those counterfires, but we are still supporting Ukraine in what they need on the battlefield, and that is through different presidential drawdown packages. That's not going to change.
You said something similar last week, that you're still trying to learn what they're doing. I think it's pretty obvious what they're doing. I think for the whole world, it's obvious what they're doing. Why can't the Pentagon publicly support Ukraine's incursion into Russia?
Well, Lucas, to respectfully push back on that, I would say that we have and are supportive of Ukraine broadly. This is...
Specifically support this operation?
Sure. So, if you'd let me finish. So, when it comes to Kursk, we have an understanding from what President Zelensky laid out that they want to create a buffer zone. We are still working on with Ukraine on how that fits into their strategic objectives on the battlefield itself. When we feel confident that we have a better understanding of how that all knits together, I'm happy to read out more, but right now we're still working and still have some questions, and we're getting that back. And the Secretary is going to engage again with Minister Umerov. Yeah, I understand these things take time.
And also one on the Houthis.
Sure.
General Kurilla wants to destroy this group. Why won't you let him?
Can you repeat that?
General Kurilla, the head of U.S. forces in the Middle East, the CENTCOM commander, wants to destroy the Houthis. Why won't you let him do that?
I think I'm not sure if you're referring to specific comments. I think General Kurilla is in lockstep with the Secretary on wanting to degrade the Houthis' capabilities to being able to disrupt shipping lanes in the Red Sea and the BAM. And General Kurilla has done an incredible job of bringing together and leading a coalition of like-minded nations to degrade the Houthis' capabilities. And you're almost seeing them doing that on a daily basis. And it actually has degraded the Houthis' capabilities.
Attacks keep happening. We now have an environmental disaster in the making. You said 1 million tons of oil is about to be dumped in the Red Sea. This is a big problem.
Yeah, can I just say 1 million, potentially an environmental catastrophe of 1 million barrels of crude oil in the Houthis' backyard. That is an environmental disaster that they're going to have to deal with. And at the end of the day, you tell me what they say on how that gets to their strategic objectives, because I'm not sure that I'm understanding that. I'm going to go to the phones and then happy to come back to the room. Jeff Shogel, Task and Purpose.
Hi, I came in late, so I'm really sorry if you've already addressed this. Is the Theodore Roosevelt still in the AOR, meaning there are two carrier groups in the AOR?
That's correct, Jeff. There are 2 carriers in the AOR right now.
Thank you.
Okay, great. Heather, USNI.
Hi, just to go on about the suit union and the environmental disaster. So at this point, the Houthis have now created a couple different environmental disasters and sank a couple different ships. You know, in terms of degrading, when you're seeing them being able to do this after all the strikes that the U.S. has done, do you think that the Pentagon has been successful in degrading the Houthis' capabilities?
Yeah, thanks, Heather, for the question. So the simple answer is yes, we have been successful in degrading their capabilities. They still maintain a robust arsenal, but we have been able to degrade their capabilities over time, and we have been able to protect ships that transit the Red Sea with our alliance through Operation Prosperity Guardian. So it's not for nothing. We still know that they maintain capabilities, but the fact that we have been able to conduct dynamic strikes to prevent ships from being harmed, to prevent innocent sailors and mariners transiting that region. Yes, they have gotten a few attacks through when it comes to some vessels transiting, but we've also been able to degrade their capabilities, and I think that is due in large part to the leadership of General Kurilla and the coalition that he's built with the Secretary as well of Operation Prosperity Guardian. I'll take one more from the phone and then happy to come back in the room. Laura Seligman, Wall Street Journal.
Laura, are you there?
Hey, sorry for that delay. Just unmuting myself. A couple questions following up on the Kursk incursion. First of all, what is DoD's understanding is the strategic goal of the Kursk incursion? And then secondly, has the use of U.S. weapons in Kursk violated any U.S. policies?
Yeah, thanks, Laura, for the question. In terms of their goals, I would direct you to what President Zelensky said a few days ago, which is our understanding is to create a buffer zone. We do have some more questions on that. We are trying to understand more on, how that knits into their strategic objectives on the battlefield. And in terms of your follow-up, our policy does allow for Ukraine to conduct counterfires to defend itself from Russian attacks coming over that border region. And that border region does include Kursk, it does include Sumy. And so they are defending themselves from Russian attacks within that region. All right, happy to come back in the room. Oren.
2 questions. One on Ukraine. When you're talking about a buffer zone, and Ukraine tells you that's what they're creating, or says openly that's what they're creating, is there a limit that you have placed on the Ukrainians on how big that buffer zone can be? How wide of a buffer zone are they going for?
That's something that we continue to work with them on exactly what are their strategic objectives on creating that buffer zone and how, if they plan to expand. These are questions that we're continuing to ask, so I don't have an update for you right now.
So they haven't communicated to you, here is how far we're going with our buffer zone?
Not to my knowledge.
And then on the Abraham Lincoln, Secretary Austin had ordered it to accelerate. It's now in the AOR. What was its original arrival date supposed to be, and how much time did the acceleration cut off? How much faster did it get there?
Yeah, so I'm not going to get into timelines and specific dates, but what I can tell you is that in transit, Indo-PACOM had set up a few stops that were in the pre-planning phase that the aide was going to engage on, and those were pulled down so that she could have an expedited in-shop into Central Command. Goyle.
Thank you, Madam. 2 questions, please. One, tomorrow morning, Defense Secretary, of course, will be welcoming the Defense Minister of India, Mr. Rajnath Singh. So much going on in the region in South China Sea and all the conflicts going on in Bangladesh, conflict going on in Pakistan, and also China's expansion in the region going on. So what do we have new now between the U.S. and India military-to-military relations when Secretary Lloyd Austin welcomed him tomorrow here at the Pentagon?
So as you mentioned, it's happening tomorrow. So I'm not going to get ahead of the Secretary. We will have a readout. There will be a range of issues discussed. I have no doubt they will be discussing the close coordination and partnership when it comes to the Indo-Pacific, and our shared goals of maintaining and keeping a free and open Indo-Pacific. But I'm just not going to get ahead of the secretary. And once that meeting concludes, we will have a readout.
Madam, before my second question, how the two leaders are getting together? Have they known each other very well as far as relations are concerned, and how the multi-tribal relations between the U.S. and India are standing today?
The mill-to-mill relationships between the United States and India are strong. You've seen that cooperation deepen, and not just from a DoD perspective, but from an administration perspective. Our close coordination and working together remains strong. And you saw the secretary, when he visited India, announce some of those deliverables. I'm not going to go through all of that, what he announced then, but it remains strong. And I'm just not going to get ahead of the meeting that's happening tomorrow, but we will have a readout after that meeting. I'm going to come over here. I'm going to jump over here, Louis, and then over to you. Yeah.
First on Ukraine, earlier this week, General Ryder said that indications were that a small number of Russian forces were moving into Kursk. Is that still the same guidance, or can you amplify that just a little bit more and give us some information about where these forces are coming from? Are they sizable enough to potentially push back?
So I can't get into more details right now on the size and how many, how Russia is repositioning some of their forces. We know that there has been some movement, but I can't get into details on what that, more specifics on what that looks like.
And as you strive to get more indications, of the strategic purpose, are you seeing the Ukrainians digging in to try to hold those positions that they've seen so far, or does it seem more like they continue to be on a broader offensive?
Well, that's actually some of our, questions that we have for Ukraine is their intention to continue to hold, or how, when they say they're creating a buffer zone, and to Oren's question of, how large are they going to expand? These are some of the questions that we're asking, because if they are going to create a buffer zone that does entail creating multiple defensive lines. And so those are questions that we're working through with them. I don't have all those answers right now, but that's something that, the Secretary is going to engage Minister Umerov again in the coming days. When we have more to share, we certainly will. But I think it's important that, Ukraine also speak to their operations, and Ukraine should really speak to their objectives and goals. And that's still something that we're trying to learn from them on how this fits in to their strategic operations. It's important that, our support for Ukraine is still unwavering. We're still going to have PDA packages that come out from this building. I don't have one to announce today if that was going to be your follow-up, but we are going to continue to support Ukraine in their fight and whatever they need to be successful.
So my follow-up is actually going to be a follow-up to Joseph's point from earlier about preparing, changing the force posture for potential retaliation from Iran. That hasn't happened. It's been almost 3 weeks now. Do you see a correlation between any lack of action there and the new Iranian government essentially trying to determine its path forward?
So I can't really speculate on that and the new government that's forming. I think that by surging capabilities into the region, by having 2 carriers in the Central Command or in CENTCOM, by moving destroyers closer to Israel, should they need to be called to the defense of Israel, the announcement of the Georgia as well, having a squadron of F-22s also in the region, I think that gets into the headspace of Iran.
All right, so we are going to step away for a 2-minute break as we listen in to this Pentagon briefing. We do have some breaking news after that in regards to a man who is wanted, believing to have threatened to kill some presidential candidates. That breaking news coming up in 2 minutes. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox, and we do have some breaking news out of Arizona, specifically the county where former President Trump is touring the border in Arizona. This just in from the sheriff's office right there. You're taking a look at a man who the sheriff's office is searching for, a Benson resident who is wanted on several outstanding warrants, including also he's being sought as an investigative lead for threats to kill a presidential candidate. And so right now there is an active investigation searching for the man that you see right there on the screen. He's wanted on several outstanding warrants, including DUI, failure to appear, a felony failure to register as a sex offender, and also being sought as an investigative lead for threats to kill a presidential candidate. That just being issued by the sheriff's office in the county where former President Trump is visiting right now to talk about the ongoing border crisis. We're going to continue to follow this breaking news, bringing you all the updates as they happen. In the meantime, we are going to step away for our final tuna break of the hour. After that, our newest host, Christina Evans, is going to be joining you to guide you through a number of hours of live coverage, including former President Trump, who is expected to deliver those remarks in Arizona in a short while on the border crisis. We're going to be right back.
Awesome. Welcome into Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Christina Evans. We've got a lot to get into this afternoon. Of course, we're going to be talking about former President Donald Trump. He's now hosting a rally when he's visiting the Arizona border. Let's take a look there where you can see that the podium is ready and set. There are a couple of people also there as we're waiting for the former president to arrive. We do know that he's already landed there in Arizona in Cochise County. He's set to discuss issues of immigration there at the border. He's also going to be joined by the Cochise County Sheriff Mark Daniels, as well as the Sierra Vista Mayor Clea McClay. So we want to make sure that we're keeping up with this as we're waiting for him to take the podium there. But in the meantime, we do know that the DNC is still going on this afternoon. Live look there in Chicago inside of that stadium where a number of speakers are going to be talking tonight as well. We know that Pink, the singer, will be performing. Senator Mark Kelly out of Arizona, as well as Governor Roy Cooper, will also be there in attendance. Keeping a close eye on things as we're waiting for that to get underway there in a few hours in Chicago. But of course, as well this afternoon in the capital city, Washington, D.C., also, we know that the Pentagon is holding a briefing amid a lot of different tensions that are happening across the world, including those issues in the Middle East and the Russia-Ukraine war that's been underway right now. We want to get back into that now.
Countries and like-minded nations that are supporting Ukraine every single day in their battlefield needs. Liz, last one.
Thanks, Sabrina.
We have Liz and Lucas in the room today.
Yeah,
Okay, with questions.
moving back to the Houthis, why does the U.S. not have a larger presence in the Red Sea and Gulf of Aden? Because the Houthis are still having successful attacks.
So I wouldn't say that we don't have a presence. We still maintain a presence in the region, and it doesn't, just because the United States might not have a destroyer in the Red Sea doesn't mean that we don't have other partners operating there that are either part of Operation Prosperity Guardian or operating on their own. So I think it's important to remember that this is a global coalition and it is a global problem. And it's not just the United States that is there to defend shipping lanes and to ensure freedom of navigation. It is on all of us. And that's what you're seeing, other countries come to the rescue and support of crews who, were hit by the Houthis, earlier this morning. Another country's ship helped rescue that crew. So the United States will always adjust its force posture there, but just because we don't necessarily have a presence in that specific strait doesn't mean that one of our partners or allies doesn't.
Thanks. Just a quick follow-up. Since these attacks are still continuing and the U.S. hasn't been able to deter the Iran-backed Houthis, how is the U.S. supposed to deter this potential attack from Iran on Israel?
And yet I just got questions about why hasn't Iran attacked yet? And I would almost say is deterrence working? I can't speak for Iran. The Houthis continue to engage in their, unlawful attacks against innocent mariners. I'm not exactly sure how hitting a ship carrying over 1 million barrels of crude oil and creating, a spill in your backyard helps people in Gaza who you said you're trying to help. Not sure how that works. Also, I think this vessel was leaving from Iraq and was a Greek flag ship. So again, not sure how that plays into your broader strategic objectives. And then, on top of that, what does that accomplish? You sunk a ship in your backyard and now you have potentially an environmental disaster. We're going to continue to hold the Houthis accountable. You see us do that. CENTCOM puts out, pretty regular updates on when we engage. Our commitment is there through Operation Prosperity Guardian. We're going to continue to engage where appropriate. And then, of course, when it comes to Iran, we have 2 carriers in the region. We have a squadron of F-22s. I think that sends a really powerful message, but I can't get into more than that. Yes.
I just want to follow up on that question. Why not strike the launchers? I mean, at the end of the day, it's driven so much global trade out. There's going to be extra costs that are going to be reflected in the economy over this. At what point do you need to escalate strikes on the missile launchers themselves to try to establish perhaps a little bit more deterrence, a little bit more order to the questions that have been kind of going around on that?
You're talking about Houthis?
Correct.
We have struck missile launchers.
I understand that, but it doesn't seem to have attenuated anything that the Houthis at this point are doing, and yet they keep imposing costs, and these sort of drip-drab attacks are driving more shipping out of that, right? I mean, their whole goal is to create as much disruption as possible, even if they take environmental damage at the end of it. I mean, is there some calculus, some metric that attacks get to X amount and we would respond in a more forceful manner to send maybe a clearer deterrent?
I think every single day that we respond and we blow something up that they are about to launch does send a forceful message. And even though even though they continue to launch their attacks, we are still degrading their capabilities. And every single day that they launch attacks, they're not always successful. They're not always hitting a ship. They're not always, their intentions, while, can't get into their mindset, they're not always achieving their goals. And sometimes, things are landing, miles and miles away from their intended targets. So what is also their objective and their goals at the end of the day? To your question on the launchers, I mean, from looking at some of the strikes we've done, we've hit over 150 launchers. We're going to continue to take the actions that we need to protect commercial shipping, to protect our forces in the region, and we're just going to continue to do that day in and day out. I'm going to go to Mike, and then I'm going to wrap up.
It just does not appear that this international coalition is finding success against the Houthis. These attacks keep happening.
I would actually push back on that and say it doesn't appear that the attacks that the Houthis are launching, be it every single day, every other day, every few days, are actually meeting their intended targets. They just created an environmental disaster right outside their own home country. Like, what purpose does that serve? That is going to have lasting impacts. And they've done that before. I mean, what kind of impact does that have for the region?
Their goal is to degrade shipping, and they're doing it.
So I'll just one more on this. While they continue to launch attacks, we have ensured that shipping has continued through those shipping lanes. We want to see it. We want to see it protected. That's why you have Operation Prosperity Guardian. We're going to continue to do our jobs, and we'll leave it at that. Mike, and then we'll wrap up.
The British MOD said the Russians have been forced to create ad hoc infantry units out of support personnel and Air Force units to engage the Ukrainians in the Kursk region. Can the Pentagon confirm that? What does that say about the Russians' ability to oppose Ukraine? The fact that they don't have enough, apparently, mainline infantry units.
I can't confirm those reports. I haven't seen what you're referencing. This is something that we are talking to the Ukrainians about what their long-term objectives are in Kursk, and creating that buffer zone, what that means in terms of their own commitment in military power, how much they're going to need for that region. That's something that we're continuing to work with them on. Okay, thanks everyone.
All right, we've been listening in there to the Pentagon as they're giving those updates on tensions in the Middle East. Of course, we know that former President Donald Trump is getting ready to step up and give those remarks there at the Arizona border. Stay right here with us on Live Now from Fox. We'll be back after a quick 2-minute break. Welcome back in here to Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Christina Evans. Again, we've been tracking former President Donald Trump. He just got there to the Arizona border. We want to listen in to some of those remarks that he made. We do want to warn you that the video quality is not great as he is by the border, and those signals are not fantastic. But listen in now to former President Donald Trump.
Without it, it's a big difference. Is that right? Would you say?
It's a huge difference.
Big difference. So the anti-climb panel on top was a big deal, and we got that. And this wall is as good as you can get. This was to the highest standards of Border Patrol. These guys are fantastic. I'll tell you, these are courageous people. They're fighting for the country. They're fighting against these radical left lunatics that are destroying our country. And she's the leader of the pack. She destroyed San Francisco, absolutely destroyed it. She destroyed California. You can't go into California. You can't go into San Francisco. It's not livable. 15 years ago, it was the best city in the country, one of the best cities in the world. And now you can't do anything. Look at what she's done. And now she's going to be president, and she's going to do the exact same thing. She's going to have no borders. She's going to have everything's going to be open. This will all be taken down. But take a look at where it ends. It ends right there. That's where they stop. They were going to finish it. So they go up to the top and they come in. And you were just saying that's where the big drug stuff comes in.
So what they do is they'll utilize this area. They'll distract agents to come here and just over that hill where there's no heroin and
where there's no wall. We built hundreds of miles of wall. They have an opening up there. And you see it right over here. 5 cents on the dollar, but you see it right over here. Inside. So you have to go through 3 different types of material to cut it. That's why nobody bothers cutting it. Still, they find a way. Very hard. All they had to do is put it up. They could have had it completed in 3 weeks, but they said, let's have open borders. Now she said, she came out and she said last night, we have to have a border. Her whole life is about open borders. And if they win, there's no border. We'll have 100 million people come in from the rest of the world, not just South America. They come.
And as we said, sometimes they're close to the border. It can be a little tough to get those great signals. So again, we're going to keep showing you different images and sides that we do have of former President Donald Trump as he is getting ready to speak there for his formal remarks. This is what we were just showing you is some video as he was walking there alongside the border. But again, this is something that we're going to continue to follow here as we're pulling up the latest there on the border. Let's listen back in to former president.
Walls work like nobody believes, right, Paul? Do you agree with that? Walls work at a level that nobody could believe. Remember when I first did it, they say walls don't work. 2 things work: walls. Everything else is up. 2 minutes. Why don't we go down here and we'll talk to you? Oh yes. Oh boy. Oh boy.
All right, we are going to get a much better view now of former president as he's finally walking up to that main podium. This is where we were getting ready to expect him to take those remarks and say what he has to say. You see as the gaggle of camera and press are around him. Again, we've been showing you different images of him walking alongside the border as well as getting ready to come up to the podium to make his official remarks on immigration. Again, we do know that he's there in Cochise County there in Arizona at the U.S.-Mexico border. He is being hosted by the Cochise County Sheriff, Mark Daniels. He's also going to be joined by the Sierra Vista Mayor. She's a Democrat that has turned independent in the coming up election. But again, that's former President Donald Trump speaking to reporters as he's walking alongside the border. It's just kind of tough with these feeds. They're at the border, not great signal, so we can't really hear the former president. But again, he's going to be coming up to make those formal remarks. We're going to bring that to you live, raw, and unfiltered as it happens. Of course, we do know that he's visiting the border as he is there to campaign here on this Thursday. This is, of course, this first successful presidential bid 9 years ago. We heard him talk a lot about immigration during that time when he first became president back in 2016. This is the fourth in a series of events that he's had in several different battleground states this week as he's trying to try to draw the focus away from the Democrat celebration there, of course, for Vice President Kamala Harris accepting that presidential nomination in Chicago. This isn't the first time that the new Trump ticket, the Trump-Vance ticket, has also been there at the Arizona border. We do know that his vice president pick, J.D. Vance, was also at the border earlier in August as well. But it is important to know that as former President Donald Trump is there at the southern border, the theme of his visit is Make America Safe Again. He's planning to meet with people whose relatives were attacked or slain by immigrants who arrived in the country illegally during the Biden administration. This is what his campaign is saying. Of course, nearby snipers are also going to be in the area as that assassination attempt was not long ago. We are continuing again to see him as he's walking alongside the border. He's talking with different members of the press, different members of the community as well there ahead of those formal remarks. So some of the speakers that we need to tell you about this is going to be happening as Trump is visiting the border in Arizona. Again, at the Democratic National Convention, we're expecting Vice President Kamala Harris to formally accept the nomination. Of course, we saw that her vice presidential pick, Tim Walz, also accepted his nomination last week. A lot of folks are now calling on Kamala Harris as well to visit the border. And this is something, again, that Trump has made and talked a lot about in his time and in his campaign, also during his presidency between 2016 and 2020. And it looks like he is finally getting ready to step up to the board, to step up to the panel as he's going to be making those formal remarks. So let's listen in here. And we're working here because we're not seeming to get any audio from them as they're speaking. Something that we're working on to make sure that we'll be able to hear the former president's remarks in full. Again, just stay with us here on Live Now from Fox as we are going to be bringing this to you completely live, raw, and unfiltered. But we can see that they're stepping up. They're getting ready to have this press conference where the former president will speak there in Cochise County in Arizona. Again, this is something that we've been following close as the president has made this a huge part of his re-election campaign. We do know that Trump has spent the week campaigning across several battleground states. He traveled to Pennsylvania, Michigan, North Carolina, and is also going to be holding events in Las Vegas. And of course, on Friday, he'll stay there in Arizona, but he'll be moving out to the Glendale suburbs. These right now, they're at the bottom border of Arizona. They're at the U.S.-Mexico border. Again, we're seeing people step up to the mic to be able to speak, but we are not getting that audio yet here in studio. We're working behind the scenes to figure out what exactly is happening as their audio is not feeding into our studio. But again, like I said, this is something we're going to continue to follow because former President Donald Trump has made this a big part of his re-election campaign. Now, Trump, again, is making that tour as to make his case there.
Or what we know got away, but the unknown gotaways are those people that have elected to evade apprehension. And by evading apprehension, they're telling us one thing: they do not want to be caught. These are bad people, criminal aliens. We need somebody strong on this border like President Trump.
Thank you, President. August 22nd, 2017, a few months into his presidency, President Trump came to Yuma, Arizona to evaluate firsthand how his policies were benefiting the city of Yuma. It was a great visit. He spoke with over 100 AMO, CBPO, and Border Patrol agents. During that time, he shook every single one of their hands. He listened to every single one of their concerns, and he acted on that. November 19th, 2023, President Trump was in Edinburgh, Texas, serving National Guardsmen, DPS officers, and a few off-duty Border Patrol agents. During that time, he shook over 200 people's hands and listened to what they had to say. These are the rank and file. That's why that wall is successful. He listened to the men and women that were on the front lines on exactly what needed to be on that wall. He listened to what they have to say. Contrast that with Kamala Harris, and nobody can say that I didn't try to work with her. I met with her transition team. I told her transition team exactly what would happen if they got rid of his policies. We suggested policies to her within her parameters, and she refused to listen. I met with Secretary Mayorkas, again, trying to work with this administration. I supported Secretary Mayorkas' confirmation. It was a big mistake that would never happen again. But in conveying to him, again, the policies that would actually work within their parameters, Kamala Harris completely ignored those policies. She claims that she wants a humane, safe border. Yet what she's given us is absolute chaos. We had a safe border. She could have implemented policies. She refused to do this. This election is going to come down to policies. And when you compare President Trump's policies, it doesn't matter. Economic policies, foreign policy, border security policy, it doesn't matter. You compare those policies side by side, and he wins every day. That's why we have to have somebody in the White House that is going to listen to the women and men that know what they're talking about, that are on the ground, like President Trump did before, and like he will do again. President Trump will be back in the White House, and we will secure this border. Thank you, President.
Thank you very much.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Mark Downs. I'm the sheriff here in Cochise County, Arizona here, and also the chairman for National Sheriff Association for Border Security. Let me just say, on behalf of America's sheriffs, behalf of my good citizens here and all those who wear a badge, thank you, President Trump, for coming here. We appreciate you. It's good seeing you again also. I will say this, my community's tired, my community's frustrated. Over the last 3.5 years, what we've dealt in this county when it comes to crime, the policies that have failed this country, the policies that have failed our citizens, and the tragedies that my neighbors are addressing silently because nobody's listening. Over the last 31 months here in Cochise County, to see the real impact of a community, we have booked 3,762 people in my county jail for border-related crimes. These are not immigration issues. These are border-related crimes up to double-digit murders. It's cost my county $12.5 million. I get $0 from the federal government on that. When President Trump took office, 6 years ago, you probably never heard much about fentanyl. President Trump's last year in office, in 2020, there was a little 2 million pills seized in Arizona. Last year, there was 111 million fentanyl pills seized in Arizona. You wonder where the epidemic's coming from? It's our cartels who have been allowed to commit these crimes. And I'll say this, thanks to 51% of Congress, we have cut our DEA budgets in this country. We have less DEA agents in Arizona than we ever had before, and we lead the nation with fentanyl. I will say this, here's the community touch, our neighbors. These mountains right behind me here, we had a Border Patrol agent attacked early in the morning by 2 migrants, came across the border illegally, tried to cut his throat. Months later, had a deputy tried to interdict a smuggler at 100 miles an hour who met President Trump this morning, almost killed. We called the chaplain because we thought he was leaving us. The impact we saw on that. The river behind you, We had the cartels trying to kidnap my deputies, my border team, to torture them. We had the cartel come across the border early mornings to kidnap and kill one of my deputies because they're allowed to think that way. They're allowed to think that way. My deputies, troopers, agents, and officers in this county have endured more harm by the hands of the cartels, and no one is addressing them except local law enforcement and our agents and our troopers. I will say this as I close out. America's sheriffs have stood strong on the voice to secure our borders. We have tried everything to meet with President Biden and Vice President Harris, the border czar. They are the first, this is the first president administration in modern day that has never met with one America's sheriff to address border. That's a shame, and you wonder why we don't have engagement, prioritization, and that's why we're suffering this country. When President Trump was president, I was at the White House more than you can think of. He was always there for us. I can assure you, Mr. President, this community and our law enforcement professionals will never give up hope. To us, hope is confidence, hope is commitment, hope is courage, and your visit today renews our hope here. Thank you, Mr. President, for being here.
So thank you very much, everybody. It's a very sad time for this country in many ways. You had a candidate. I was no fan of Joe Biden, but the way he was taken out was a coup. He got 14 million votes, and the person running now got none. She was disgraced. She was figured out by the Democrat voters. She never made it to Iowa. She was the first one out of approximately 22 people that were running for the Democrat nomination. She never even made it to Iowa. Beautiful place, Iowa. But she didn't. Plenty of people did. And Biden got 14 million votes. She got no votes, and now she's running against us. The good news is I think we're winning in the polls based on what I'm seeing. And after the debate, we were winning by many points, as you know, against Biden. They went in to see him. They said, "You're losing. You're not going to win. You can't win. We're going to get you out." It was a coup of an American president, and it was done with anger, and he's more angry than anybody. And again, I'm no fan of his. I think he was perhaps the worst president. He was the worst president, largely because of what's happened at the border. He's allowed, in my opinion, and in the opinion of the gentleman behind me who know this better than anybody, much more than 20 million people into our country. Many from prisons and jails, many from mental institutions, insane asylums, and many terrorists. And this was, when I left, this is a very famous chart now because this chart probably saved my life. But this chart is showing, the arrow on the bottom shows that this was the lowest. This was the last week in office for me because of a horrible, horrible election where I got many millions more votes than I got the first time, but didn't quite make it, just a little bit short. We got to clean up our borders. We have to clean up our elections, or we're not going to have a country. But that's my last week. The arrow on the bottom, you see, that's the lowest point, as the gentlemen were talking. That's the lowest point in the recorded history of the border. This was done by Border Patrol. This wasn't done by Trump. This was done by Border Patrol, working with ICE and law enforcement. And that's what we're going to do. Again, if you take a look, interestingly, at all of the wall that's laying on its side, that could have been put up in a matter of weeks. It was all set to go. It was all cut out. And if you look at the top of the mountain behind us, it was all shaped, all ready to go. Could have been put up in a few weeks. Much of it's been sold for 5 cents on the dollar. It's very expensive. I worked with Border Patrol very closely. We worked, Brandon, we worked with all of you people, and we wanted to design something that worked. And we actually had mountain climbers. We even had drug climbers. They call them drug climbers. They can get over a wall like so incredible with 75 pounds of drugs on their back. They can climb up things. And we designed this after looking at a lot of different designs. And that's an anti-climb panel that makes it very tough for somebody to climb. This was the one that they wanted. A little more expensive version, but this is the one that's a very important panel on top. And it's called anti-climb. And this was put in here just to shade us because there's a lot of rough people on the other side. So I figured you're the media, you want to be shaded. This gets taken off. This is just temporary to shade us from potential hazard. We know about hazards. But all of this wall was built at great expense, and all it had to be, erected. We just had to be stood up on its end, concrete on the bottom, goes down 6 feet. It also went down and shielded from tunnels because we went down about as far as it's practical for them to go down. They build tunnels under walls. We went down pretty deep. We'd go down a lot deeper than the wall, made it very tough for them. And we stopped that, and we stopped people from coming over. But when they refused to, I built hundreds of miles of this. By the way, as far as the eye can see, you look at the other direction, as far as the eye could see, and then I'd hear people say, oh, he didn't build the wall. We built the wall. We built much more than I was anticipated to build. And we were going to build an extra 200 miles. Much of this is that, which is much more than I said I was going to do, because as we built it, they would go around the edges. So we were going further and further out, and it worked. We had the best numbers ever, and we had them largely because of the wall, and also because the Mexican military helped us, which they never helped at any time. They never helped. And we were very proud of it. So we went from the best numbers in recorded history to the worst numbers in recorded history or any other history. And we have a Marxist that's running, and I don't think you can let her. Well, this country is not ready for a Marxist president. She will never build the wall. She doesn't want to build the wall. She's only saying if she changes her mind, it's only because she wants to get elected, because who wouldn't want to have a strong border? You need strong borders and strong elections, and we have neither. But we're going to have very strong borders, and we're going to have very strong elections soon. The people are fed up. It's common sense. The people are just fed up. And you saw it. Everybody coming from the airport saw the thousands and thousands of people lined up. It looked like Lindbergh coming in from what he did at the time. Broadway, it was amazing when you see all those people it's a long drive from the airport, and so many thousands and thousands of people. The people in my car say, I've never seen anything like that. We're in the middle of an area that's not well populated, and to have thousands of people like that is pretty unbelievable. I hope you got to see it. And I hope the press rates this story fairly, because it's a story of disgrace. We had a border czar who was the border czar. She loved the title, but she didn't want to do the work because she's lazy, and probably more importantly than being lazy, she wants to have an open border. And you say, who would want an open border where criminals can pour into our country? And all you have to do is walk up there, if you have the courage to do it, and go to that open section, stand there for a little while. You'll be running back here very quickly. You really have to write this fairly, this story, because you people don't want to talk about the border. You don't want to talk about the bad things that are going on in our country. We're going to end up not having a country. You're not going to have any media. We don't have media. They don't have media. They do their own media. They don't need media. But you really should cover this story fairly. Before I begin, I have some, I think, very good words on the border, and what to do and how to solve the problem. We had it solved. All they had to do is leave it. Leave it. Just leave it. But before I begin, I want to address the fake job numbers on top of everything else, fellas. Fake jobs. The fake job numbers that the Harris-Biden administration has been reporting for the last year. Thanks to a leaker yesterday, meaning probably in this case a patriot, they were forced to release numbers. They claimed falsely that they created 818,000 jobs. So they said they did almost 1 million jobs, 818,000 jobs that actually didn't exist. They were phantom jobs. They're called phantom jobs. The reason they did that is because I was even a little surprised their job numbers look better, because I know the economy's lousy. Everyone here knows it. It's lousy. These people behind me know it's lousy. We have the worst inflation, I believe, in the history of our country. And that's absolutely killing people. But it's 818,000 jobs, almost a million, and these are just the jobs we found out about. There's a lot of other false things that now are being looked at. That number will increase. So they reported false numbers, and this isn't a revision. There's never been anything like this. This is a fraud put out by Harris and by Biden, and they were going to release the real numbers. It's called a revision after the election, but it got found out before the election. And I hope you're going to write about it, but it's a big story, and it's a story that's going to be going very far. People are very upset about it, including government officials are very upset about it. Even people that are Democrats are because it's a pure fraud. You know, when you have a revision, you have a few jobs one way or the other, and they get it straight at the end of the month. But this one was sheltered for a long time, and they wanted to release it after November 5th. I wonder why, when it didn't really matter too much, but even then it mattered. But so I hope you're going to report it. Almost 1 million jobs were phantom jobs. They were fake jobs, just like a lot of reporting is fake. And I hope you're going to report it because people have to hear it. They didn't want these numbers to come out, and they did come out, and I really, the whistleblower or whoever it was that got them to have to do it. Somebody today, a high official said, well, we don't really believe those numbers because Trump gave them. I didn't give them. I got them from the administration, from the Labor Bureau, and these are the stats that were just let out. In fact, officially, I mean, they just came out. They were released in, officially released. Those are official numbers. Has nothing to do with me. I just happen to be playing the role of a reporter for a change. But I hope you're going to do something with it because I think it's a serious thing. It's the same as everything else. And I'm so glad that we decided to do this. It's a little dangerous to do. I hate to tell you, you guys are in danger with the kind of weaponry that we have, but I felt it was important to do. And this kind of stuff that they put up to shield us, I'm going to make you feel not so good. It doesn't mean a thing compared to what comes through there, but at least they can't see you. But it's dangerous territory, and these people have unbelievable courage. The Border Patrol, ICE, the police, local law enforcement, unbelievable. I don't even know how they do it. They talk about, I was courageous, I was encouraged. These people are courageous. They go through this every day. And the amount of horrible injuries sustained in fights and shootings are just incredible. Not reported, but incredible. We're here today on the southern border in Arizona where Comrade Kamala Harris, I call her comrade because she is a radical left Marxist. She wants open borders. She wants our country. I don't understand why anybody would want it, but she wants our country to be open to the world's criminals so they can come in and rape and pillage and do whatever they have to do. But she's the most radical left person who has ever run for high political office in our country's history. And by the way, the governor, who's done a poor job as governor of Minnesota, Walz, he's done a poor job, very poor job. His numbers are horrible. People are fleeing his state. I love his state. We should have won his state twice, but a lot of hanky-panky goes on there. Hasn't been won since 1972. Richard Nixon was the last one to win it. But every time I go in there, we have massive crowds and everything's good, but nobody seems to be able to win it. So I know why we didn't win it. People don't like to talk about it. But he's a horrible governor, has bad job numbers, bad numbers for leaving, a lot of people leaving the state. And he's insisted, he put a bill, I'm sure the sheriffs would be very happy when they hear this. He signed a bill fairly recently where boys' bathrooms have to have tampons in boys' bathrooms. I don't even like to bring the subject up, but it's a subject you have to hear about. That's what he wants. He's a radical left guy who lied like hell last night, and she'll lie tonight. We're doing a review of her tonight on Truth because she'll lie just like the rest of them lied. They talked about what I said about soldiers. I never said anything. I love our soldiers. They made the story up. It was fiction. We had 26 people countering it, but nobody cares. They made up everything, so many different stories. They made up about Project 25. They've been told officially, legally, in every way, that we have nothing to do with Project 25. They know it, but they bring it up anyway. They bring up every single thing that you can bring up. Every one of them was false. He brought them up. But they've unleashed a deadly plague of migrant crime on our country by not doing their job. And all of that plank and all of that very expensive wall, it's also got tremendous electronic capability inside of it. It's got wires for cameras and everything else that you can have. It's the Rolls-Royce of walls, I can tell you. It's very hardened steel outside, 7,000-pound concrete inside, and rebar inside of the concrete, all different, all very hard to get through. And it's sad to see it sitting here. We have crime going on up the road. In this direction, it's as far as you can see is wall. We have no problem there, but they come in where they refuse to put it up. That was when I first realized that they want open borders. I thought nobody could be so foolish or stupid to want open borders and have the world's population, the world's criminal population pour into our country. That's what's happening. But it shattered so many families' lives and stolen so many incredible young lives. And it's also really badly hurt our black population and our Hispanic population because these people are taking their jobs. The jobs now are down, way down for the black population and the Hispanic population because we have millions of illegal aliens that are poured into our country. They've taken the jobs of African Americans and Hispanics. And that was obvious to me. Next is going to be unions. You watch. The unions are going to start going wild because those jobs are going to be taken too. We're honored to really be here with these incredible people, and in particular with some grieving families. And this is a group of people that I've gotten to know. They're incredible people. They've lost a loved one, and thousands of others are out there, and they are grieving also. But they're not out with you and sitting in this hot sun. I will say this, that at least it gives us a good reason. We're doing something for those incredible people that we'll be talking about very shortly, because we can't let it happen to other people. We can't let what you're going through happen to other families. And you know what you're going through, as we discussed, nobody's ever seen anything like it. All for no reason whatsoever. And these are hardened criminals pouring into our country. And then they always say, Sheriff, oh, the illegal immigrants don't commit crimes like people that live here. It's so wrong. They don't report them, but it's so wrong. They make our criminals look like babies. They make our criminals look like babies. That's about the only thing good. Our criminals all of a sudden don't look so tough to us, right? These are the roughest people. And they're the roughest people from all over the world. Their jails are being emptied from all over the world. Their criminals are being taken from their cities. And by the way, their crime rates are way down. Their crime rates came way down. Venezuela, all of these countries, their crime rates are down, their prison population's down. Soon they won't have any prison population because 100% of it will be in our country. With the statement, if you ever come back, we will kill you. That's the statement they tell them. If you ever come back to Venezuela and other countries, we will kill you. But it's all over the world. The Congo in Africa, many prisoners let go from the Congo in Africa. Rough prisoners. All over Europe, they come from all over, rough sections, the jails. You have to see jail populations are way down. So we've done a lot of trips to the border over the years and told a lot of stories about border victims, including the stories of the amazing angel moms who have never been appreciated. They're incredible women, what they've gone through. They're going through a similar thing, and many of them, I asked about time, but this time, because many of them, this took place a long time ago with borders and horrible people coming in, and I don't have to tell you about the crimes, but the level of viciousness of the crime was unbelievable. But they said time doesn't heal. You know, the expression time heals all wounds. It doesn't. I spoke to some people, they say they're worse now than they were 15 years ago. And this started largely during Obama. And then we stopped it. We had it stopped. And then the first day in, they just said, we're not doing anything. We're not doing anything. And all they had to do is let our people that we had in place, the best people. I was listening to people like Tom Homan, who was, just an incredible patriot, tough, smart, gets it, good man, but he's tough. I've been listening to all these people. They've been friends of mine for a long time. They know it better than anybody. But the level of criminality is unbelievable. It's an onslaught of violence at a level that nobody's ever seen before. For nearly 4 years, as border czar, Comrade Kamala has overseen a nation-wrecking border invasion. This is nation-wrecking. This isn't just like, we're going to fix it a little bit later. Gets to a point where you can't fix it. She's allowed at least 20 million people, all illegal aliens, into our country, including millions and millions of unvetted, fighting-age men from over 158 different countries. 150. Most people didn't realize you had that many countries, right? Just recently, Kamala let in the head of a Peruvian gang who was wanted for 23 murders. Welcome to the United States of America. On her orders, Border Patrol is being forced to free tens of thousands of illegal aliens from custody week after week after week. And these are very violent criminals, too. These are the most violent criminals that you'll ever see. Every day brings another story about innocent Americans being tortured, raped, murdered, and massacred by illegal aliens that Kamala Harris has set free in our country. Don't hold them, they're told. Don't hold them, let them free. They'll behave. Well, he killed 20 people. Oh, but over here it's different. Since Comrade Harris took over the border, there has been a 43% nationwide increase in violent crime and a 60% increase in rape. And the FBI should be ashamed of themselves when they report numbers, because in order to keep the violence numbers down, they didn't report some of the worst cities in the country, like Chicago and others. What a disgrace. The FBI did that. In New York this June, an illegal alien released into our country by Kamala approached two 13-year-old children with a machete in broad daylight in front of other people, forced them into the woods, tied them together by the wrist, and raped them over and over again. Over and over again. Two Kamala migrants were just arrested for the rape of a 46-year-old woman in Coney Island. I know Coney Island very well. That's where I sort of started. My office was out there. Brooklyn, throwing her to the ground and raping her with a knife to her throat. One of them had previously been arrested for raping another woman, but instead of being deported, he was released into our country and told to enjoy your life. In Fort Wayne, Indiana, a woman who was offered a ride home by two illegal aliens was instead kidnapped, held down and raped, then driven around while the illegals discussed how they planned to kill her. They wanted to kill her. They didn't want to have a witness. And she miraculously escaped by throwing herself out of a rapidly moving car, was badly hurt, but she escaped, at least. Those people came from another country, and they were very violent, with an unbelievably violent background. Violence like you've never seen. In the Bronx recently, an illegal alien who Kamala set loose into the country approached a 36-year-old woman while pretending to ask for directions before he wrapped his arms around her throat, pinned her down on a park bench, and raped her publicly on a park bench. And she said, he wasn't trying to rape me, he was trying to kill me. In Michigan earlier this year, an illegal alien broke into a residence and sexually assaulted two young girls, doing tremendous damage to these two young, beautiful girls. In Virginia, a few weeks ago, a 54-year-old mother of four was leaving a convenience store when she noticed an illegal alien trying to steal her car. When she tried to stop him, he ran her down, ran her over, and left her dead on the ground. She was dead. and her family is devastated. In Texas last month, a Venezuelan illegal alien criminal let in by Comrade Kamala shot a female police officer multiple times with a rifle. And she'll never be the same. And that's being nice about it. A few months ago, I met with the devastated family of Laken Riley, a 22-year-old nursing student who was out for a jog on the campus of the University of Georgia when she was assaulted, beaten, and horrifically murdered. Kamala Harris let in the illegal alien animal who murdered Laken. This monster was in Border Patrol custody, under very strong custody. They didn't want to let him go. But under Kamala's policies, he was set free to kill. And that's what he did. Kamala let this bloodthirsty killer go free. And then he murdered beautiful Laken, #1 in her class, nursing school. Everybody aspired to be like her. She was the best student, the best everything. Beautiful girl. Then there's the heartbreaking story of Rachel Morin. And we're joined today by Patty and Michael Morin, Rachel's mother and brother. And I met with them, we had lunch, and they're devastated at a level that nobody can really imagine. Rachel was a cherished 37-year-old mom, beautiful woman of 5 incredible children who adored their mother more than anything in the world. They loved their mom. Earlier this year, while Rachel was out on a run, she wants to keep herself in good shape, and she ends up getting killed. In her neighborhood, she was brutally raped and murdered by an illegal alien who was led into America by Kamala Harris and her policies of stupidity. Savage person who committed this heinous crime first killed another woman in El Salvador before walking across our open border. Just walked right in. They didn't have this then. He then attacked a 9-year-old girl and her mother in a home invasion in Los Angeles where they were very badly hurt before murdering Rachel. And the area where Rachel lived in a very different part of this country. It was cold-blooded murder. Patty and Michael, I would just, first of all, thank you for being here. I know it's tough, but they want to let people understand what's going on here because this can't happen to other parents and sisters and brothers and husbands. So if you would, I'd love you to say a few words. Thank you. Please. Please.
Thank you.
Take care of yourself. Absolutely.
No. Hi. I was just thanking President Trump for the invitation to come and to share Rachel's story. Rachel was 37 years old. She had 5 children. She worked. She owned a small business. She worked very hard to support her family. And the trail that Rachel ran daily was a trail that we as a family would walk over the last 25 years that we've lived in Maryland. It's a very safe, small trail, very public, very open. Moms with baby carriages go down this trail. It's very safe. I was in Kentucky. We had a grandbaby that had passed away. When I got a phone call from my son, and he said, "Mom, there's somebody here that would like to speak to you." And when I said hello, the person on the other end said, "Hello, Mrs. Morin. This is Detective so-and-so. I'm the lead detective on this case. There's no easy way to tell you this, but we found your daughter's body. And if they find the body, you know that she's dead. They wouldn't say, 'We found Rachel, she's alive.'" And so they found my daughter's body. And when they found it, it just recently has come out that she was brutally beaten, raped, and then stuffed into a drain pipe. We're 18,000 miles, 1,800 miles from the border. And because of this open border, we've had not just my daughter, but we've actually had two in the same county that we're from, where illegal immigrants have come in and have caused rape and murder of our citizens. And the reason why I came here today and I accepted the invitation is because I really want our words to be heard, and I really want you to take to heart what we're saying. We're not here for a political stand, although we are. We're here because we're losing our moms, our daughters, our children to criminals. And that shouldn't happen. We should be taking care of our country, our people. And the only way I believe that's going to happen is if President Trump is reelected as president. And we close up this border and we put policies back into place that were there before, instead of this open border thing. We're gonna end up being a third world country if it continues this way. And I truly hope that you would just take my words to heart, because it's devastating to lose a child, but even more devastating when you see the pictures or you see the body and you really understand what's happened to that person. So please take to heart, this is a very, very important issue, and it's one that's either going to make or break our country. It's not so much, it's about America, it's about Americans, it's about us taking and protecting ourselves and looking out for each other. It's about protecting our families. So, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Boy, and a story after story like that. Also with us is Alexis Nungari and Hormel Guevara, the loving mother and uncle of precious Angel Jocelyn Nungari. Jocelyn was a 12-year-old girl from Houston whose life was stolen by two criminal illegals that Harris freed into our country for no reason whatsoever. They were known as monsters. 2 months ago, after walking to the convenience store, these criminal migrants kidnapped Jocelyn, tied her up for 2 hours, violently assaulted her, and strangled her violently to death. Charged with Jocelyn's wicked murder are two illegal aliens from Venezuela who came across our border. Just walked across like there was nothing to it. Couldn't do that 5 years ago, 4 years ago. They were in Border Patrol custody. They were gotten, they were nabbed, and were then released into our country. Alexis, we cannot fathom your pain. There are so many people that are going through this pain. But we pledge to always hold Jocelyn in our hearts. And Alexis, I'd like to have you maybe come up and say a few words. Thank you very much.
So I would love to thank Donald Trump for giving us this invitation to be here and to say a few words to the staff that's been so kind to help us in this very hard time. My daughter was just 12. She had dreams to be famous. She wanted to be a famous actor. She was so funny. She was her own personality. And it's been very hard. It's been very hard. June 17th was the day her life was taken. She was left with no clothing from the waist down, was thrown in a bayou, left. was strangled to death. We believe, yes, she was assaulted off of DNA kit that has been, but it's still very, very early, and it's still very, very raw, and it's still very, very surreal. And they had no reason to do anything that they did to Jocelyn. There was over 300 detention beds that they should have been at because they were detained and they were released when they shouldn't have been released. One had an ankle monitor, didn't stop anything. So now I have to go through the rest of my life with my son, always asking for his sister. And I just really, really, really want everybody to please take into consideration how important border control is, because we're losing very innocent people to heinous crimes that shouldn't be happening in the first place. So please, please, I really hope everybody can hear my pain, to just please, please, he needs to be in office, and we need better control. We need to stop this. We need to stop losing our littles. We need to stop losing children, mothers, sisters, because now I get to grieve every single day. Every milestone that hits gets harder because she's not there for it. She was gonna be a 7th grader. She had her whole life ahead of her. Her whole life ahead of her, and it was viciously taken away by 2 evil, evil, heinous monsters. So thank you again for taking the time to listen to my words. And please, help him make a change. Thank you. Thank you.
So Jocelyn is in heaven now, looking down on us right now. And in her name and her memory, we'll be fighting to protect every American daughter and child. That's why we're here, because this will happen, and has happened by the thousands. There are thousands of people that are in horrible situations like this. As Kamala gives her convention speech tonight, she will not mention the victims. She won't even talk about them, although now that she sees us, maybe she will. She'll not say their names or express remorse to their families. Kamala says she wants to talk about the future. No, these people want to go back to the safe past. We don't have a future with open borders and all of the other problems this country has. The crime problem, just like they rigged the 818,000 jobs number, they rigged the crime numbers too. And that's also been a proven fact, just came out. But she's stolen the future of Lake and Riley and Rachel and our precious Jocelyn, just taking their lives away for no reason. When I left office, I gave Kamala Harris the strongest and most secure border in American history. These people have done an incredible job. They worked with lots of others. And if you came here illegally, you got caught and you were deported or put in jail, depending on what. In some cases, we put them in jail because we didn't want, they were so violent, we didn't want to take a chance that they'd come back. But generally, they were deported and brought into countries that wouldn't accept them before me. With me, they accepted them. They wouldn't take them back, but with me, they accepted them. I said, you're gonna have a lot of problems if you don't. We ended catch and release. We had remain in Mexico. The greatest policy, remain in Mexico. How good was that? Everybody remained in Mexico until they were checked out, and either they came in or not. Most of them didn't qualify. Title 42, Safe Third agreements, and 500 miles of border wall that was very, very difficult to even think about getting over, around, or under. The final gaps of the wall were about to be sealed. Then Kamala came in and dismantled every single Trump border policy and halted all wall construction. And there it sits, but much of it's been sold. This is just a small example of what it was, what it is before they lift it up. So you can see on the ground behind me the sections of wall that
taxpayers paid for, a lot of money. But Kamala refused to put up, just refused. She wouldn't do it. Everybody called. I even made some calls. I said, you got to put it up. You got to put it up. But she didn't want it open. She wanted a wide open border. What Biden and Kamala have done to the families here with me and so many others, thousands and thousands of others, not only killed, also really badly hurt to a point where they'll never lead a normal life again. It's shameful and it's evil. Every year under Harris, a new all-time record of illegal immigration has been set. Every single year, our great borders are. She'll blow away Biden's reputation as being the worst president. She'll be a president that'll make him look good, just like Biden made Jimmy Carter look good. To get illegals into America as fast as possible, Harris has flown hundreds of thousands by airplane. You know, then they say, oh, well, we didn't want them to go. But then we found out a few months ago that they're flying him in over the border by airplanes to all over our country. Well, that means they do want them to come in, and flying in some very dangerous people. It's close to 1 million people, we think. Close to 1 million people were flown in over the border, and she's trying to say, well, we're in favor of borders. She just started this a short while ago. She's even launched a smartphone program that gives fast pass entry to thousands of illegal immigrants, all coming very quickly. You use the smart pass and you get immediate access into our country. Can you believe this? And then they're trying to say we believe in borders. They're flying right over our heads, right into the middle states, all over, every border. And you've heard this, every border, you look at the different states, and put another way, every state is a border state now when you think about it, because they just come right past here and they get taken to other states that never even thought of a problem like this. And those are not happy campers. According to a new DHS report, Kamala Harris also lost more than 300,000 migrant children that she allowed to be trafficked into our country. These children are gone. Many of them are dead. And nobody does anything about it. 300,000 children are missing. Can you imagine that? Can you imagine if that were a Trump administration? Be the biggest story in history. Nobody even talks about it, just like they don't talk about the fact that Joe Biden got $27 million from different countries. And they don't talk about that, him and his family. Just came out from Congress. Nobody talks about it. I do have some good news, though, for the people standing behind me in particular, and maybe for some of the press that wants to hear good things. The Supreme Court just ruled that you're not allowed to have illegal aliens vote. Just came out just before I walked up. So illegal aliens are officially not allowed to vote in our country. And I give great credit to the Supreme Court. They have great courage in doing what they're doing. It's not easy, but that was one that everybody was hoping for. You know, a vast majority of people agree with that. It's a very small amount of people that don't. Who would want that? So thank you very much. And she's really provided Harris deportation immunity to the vast majority of criminal aliens living inside the United States. They've got immunity. They really have immunity. And importing MS-13 directly into our cities. MS-13 is the most vicious gang we feel. If I ask the sheriffs behind me, I think probably considered the most vicious gangs in the world. Wouldn't you say, Brandon? It's there's never seen anything like it. It's not even believable. I won't tell you about it. It's not even believable. As the DA of San Francisco, Kamala Harris was the godmother of deadly sanctuary cities. She was considered the godmother. All they're doing is protecting criminals, which set loose illegal alien criminals rather than hand them over to ICE, who are doing an incredible job. Under a program Kamala set up, an illegal alien arrested on drug charges in 2008 was set free to enjoy job training. A short time later, that same illegal alien attacked a 29-year-old beautiful young woman, Amanda Kiefer, stealing her purse and fracturing Amanda's skull. It was vicious and horrible, and Amanda's here with us, and I'd love to have Amanda come up and say a few words. Thank you.
Amanda Kiefer. I don't feel like I belong on the stage with the folks here since I seem to have gotten off kind of easy with just a fractured skull. I didn't lose loved ones, but the night I was walking to dinner in Pacific Heights, it was a nice neighborhood. You wouldn't expect broad daylight for something violent to happen to you on the way to dinner. My purse was stolen and I stepped into the street and the car we jumped into came at me. I jumped up on the hood to avoid getting run over and he floored it and hit the brakes. The police were great. They had caught him and his accomplice in a really short time because I remember being on a gurney in the hallway of the hospital and I had to ID them. They were laughing as they fractured my skull. What was really the worst part about it all, though, is when I found out that taxpayer money was paying for job training for this guy who avoided going to prison for the first felony he committed for jobs he couldn't legally hold. It was kind of a wake-up moment for me, and I moved out of San Francisco because I didn't feel safe here. And I don't think our country is going to be safe under Kamala Harris.
Story after story. Kamala has called for the abolishing of ICE, the closing of every ICE detention facility, and the releasing of some of the most vicious criminals anywhere in the world by doing so. She supports free health care for illegal immigrants and has promised to give illegals mass amnesty and citizenship, which will obliterate Social Security. Oh, Social Security is going to be obliterated by all of these millions of people that she wants to put on, and also Medicare will be obliterated. I'm going to save Social Security. I'm not going to touch it. We're going to make our country strong, but they're going to obliterate it. She also feels extremely strongly about defund the police. She wants to defund the police. And anytime somebody wants to defund the police, you're never going to get them back to being normal. The police have to be taken care of. They're the best thing we have going to protect us. They know exactly what's going on. When we do deportation, they know every person out there, and they know the middle name, and they know everything about them, and they know all of the bad ones. They know the really bad ones. They'll be a great help. We have to get the criminals out of our country immediately. Kamala is always going to have open borders. If Comrade Harris has the chance, she will allow more than 100 million illegal aliens into our country. Our country will be overrun, and essentially it won't be a country. It will be not governable. With us today are leaders of the National Border Patrol. You've known them, you've met them. I don't have to go over, but I want to just thank them for the incredible job they've done. I've worked so well with them. Paul Perez has been unbelievable. Past President Brandon Judd, unbelievable. Sheriff Mark Daniels has been incredible. I watched him on television today. He did a great job of explaining this crazy situation that we're in. Sheriff Chris Heiser. So I want to just say you're here, and Paul and Brandon, Mark, and everybody, I want to thank you so much. It's incredible the job you do. Such a dangerous job. I actually did. I came in, I met one of the Border Patrol who was badly wounded. I said, "Are you okay?" It was a while ago. He said, "Yes." I said, "What happened?" "Well, my leg is broken, my arm was broken, my back was broken, my neck was broken, my skull was fractured." He went through a list of things. I said, "That's unbelievable." When we win this November, we will end the Kamala Harris border nightmare once and for all. We'll get it back very strong. We will also end the inflation, a bad economy, and we will be respected very shortly all over the world again as we were by other countries. The choice is simple: Kamala's mass amnesty of criminals or President Trump's mass deportation of criminals. I think that's pretty easy, in addition to all of the other things. There are many other things that are equally as bad but not as obvious. With your vote, we will seal the border, stop the invasion, and launch the largest deportation effort in American history. We will impose tough new sentences on illegal alien criminals. These include 10-year mandatory minimum sentence for anyone guilty of human smuggling, a guaranteed life sentence for anyone guilty of child trafficking, and a death penalty for anyone guilty of child or woman sex trafficking. We'll also impose the death penalty on major drug dealers and traffickers. In other countries, on their immigration papers, there is a statement that says, "Death for drug traffickers." Big letters, big bold letters, 10 times the size of everything else on the page. I saw it this morning. And those are the countries where they have no problem with drugs. Many of them, actually. We will also impose the death penalty for anyone killing our police, sheriffs, Border Patrol, ICE, or law enforcement officials. The death penalty with a quicker trial, not a trial that lasts for 15 years and everybody gets exhausted. We will liberate our country from the illegal alien drug dealers, robbers, murderers, gang members, and child predators. And we will make America safe again for our citizens and make it greater, stronger, better, more beautiful than ever before. And I want to thank you all, and especially our 4 very special people. 4 very special people. And sheriffs and law enforcement, I want to thank you so much, because this job is so dangerous. It's not even believable. You pull over a car, they open the door and they start shooting you. That happened in Long Island with a great young man with an incredible family. I went there. Same thing. So we have to stop it. We have to bring our country back. We have to use common sense. You don't have to be conservative or liberal or progressive, as they like to say now. They don't like the term liberal. Republican, Democrat, it doesn't matter. We have to have strong protection in our country, or our country's going to wither away and die. We need a military. We need our great police to be loved and respected, and they will be again. Right now, if somebody does something that's a little bit on the tough side to stop something that's very bad, they end up losing their pension, their life, their car, their house. They lose their job. They lose everything. We're going to give immunity to many, many people so that they can do the law. But again, I want to thank you. I want to thank the media for being here. I hope you can report the story the way it is. It's a very sad moment for our country. We have some very bad people trying to get into office, and if we don't stop them, our country has no chance of greatness. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Mr. President, you said that local law enforcement will be able to help find the bad undocumented migrants.
Yeah.
How will your administration go about the mass deportation of millions of migrants across the country?
We'll work with locals, and they're going to bring them to us, and we'll get them over the border, and we'll make arrangements with the countries, and the countries will accept them back. And if they don't accept them back, we do no trade with those countries, and we charge them big tariffs.
Mr. President, can you comment on the appearing end of RFK Jr.'s campaign? Did you talk to him in the last couple of days? Does he plan on endorsing?
I haven't, but I'm hearing reports. I have a lot of respect for RFK Jr., you know that. I've known him a long time. Very smart, a little bit different, and that's okay. But he's a very smart guy. He's loved by a lot of people, and I'm hearing that he wants to leave. Don't forget, he was treated very unfairly. I think he would have beaten Biden in a primary. The Kennedy name and him in particular. I think he would have beaten Biden in a primary, and they made it impossible. They said you have to get 70% of the vote just to qualify or something. They created standards that nobody could have met. Biden couldn't have met them. And I think he would have lost Biden, and they really treated him very badly. Then he went out as an independent, and it's a tough thing to do, independent. You know, it wasn't set up that way, the country. It's really a two-party system, whether people like it or not, Republican, Democrat. And I have spoken to him in the past, over the last number of months, but not recently. But there are rumors that he's going to make an endorsement. That would be a great honor for me. Great honor.
Mr. President. Tomorrow at your rally outside of Phoenix?
I don't know. I can't say that. But I know we're in the same state, so we're not very far away. But I can't tell you that yet. No plans have been made at this moment. Brian?
Yes, sir. As a parent, I'm hearing these stories. You're a parent yourself. What was going through your mind when you're hearing all these just horrible stories about losing
their children.
What was going through my mind is that, and I almost hate to say it in front of them, I don't know how they take it. I don't know how they can take it. You understand that? I think probably most of the people did. No. How do you take it? How do you do it? It's, I mean, it's like devastating when you see what happened. And these are incredible people. These people are incredible people. I got to know them. They're unbelievable, and they loved like as much as you can love someone. I spent time with all of them, and what goes through my mind is I don't know how the hell they take it.
Mr. Trump,
yes.
when you talked about Edinburgh, Texas earlier, visiting them, it was a big deal for those small border communities. It's a big deal when you come here. Obviously, the border means a lot to you.
A lot.
Your campaign.
Always has.
So why not support that bipartisan border security bill? And how do you get people on board with all the things that you talked about, the policies that you just laid out? How do you get people to come to the table?
Ready?
Yeah.
The bipartisan, and it wasn't bipartisan, they had a couple of people on the other side. It was weak, it was ineffective, and it would have allowed, as you know, millions and millions of people to pour through, and largely unvetted. It was a horrible bill, it was a weak bill, and they don't need a bill. All Biden had to do is look to the border and say, close the border. He didn't need a bill. He knows that. They didn't want a bill. The bill was terrible. If it was good, I would have approved it. If the House passed a bill before that, I'd approve that bill right now. That was a real bill. But this bill was a weak bill, and it was a shame that they got a Republican. They got somebody who's a very good person, by the way, but they got him to lead it. But it didn't make any difference. If they wanted to close the border, which they don't. They'll have 100 million people come in and totally destroy, ruin our country. If they wanted to close the border, you know, I didn't have a bill. I said, close the border. I said, Brandon, close that border, Brandon. And what happened? He closed the border. They all did. Paul, the whole group of them, this group is incredible. They closed the border. I looked at him, I said, we don't have a bill, we don't need a bill, close the damn border. They closed the border. They could do the same thing.
Well, it's happening now, though. The encounter numbers are extremely low right now. So that's what's been done.
Right now, what's happening is people are waiting to see what's going to go with the election. And wait till you see what happens after the election, one way or the other. But right now, you take a look at the numbers for the last year. They're horrendous. Absolutely horrendous. And it's also election time, don't forget. I want to put on a little bit of a squeeze. All they do and all they want to do and all they have to do is say, Biden, although I'm not sure, you take a look at, nobody even knows where he is. He's on a beach someplace, but he could even do it from the beach. Close the border, and the border is closed. They will close the border immediately. That's what I did. But we had great people. We've lost a lot of those great people because they want to be respected, and they weren't respected because of this administration. And the worst person in, far worse than Biden, was Kamala. That's why I call her comrade, because she's a radical left person who really wants to have an open border. She'll never close the border. She'll never drill for oil and gas. She's not going to do it. She might do it for a couple of months. You know, she stopped, and that's where the inflation came in. Then she went back to the Trump policy. What they don't say is that if I were there, I'd be now 4 times higher than I was at that moment. But the gasoline prices are still very high right now. But they would have been double if they didn't go back to the Trump policy of drilling. But we would have been close to 4 times higher. We would have been energy dominant. We were energy independent. They would have been energy dominant. But if I want the border closed, if I'm the president, I don't need a bill. I just have to say close the border. And they closed the border.
Mr. President, if you get back to the White House, are you confident that you can reach a consensus with Democrats on how to fix the border?
Well, I think right now you look at it, and I'm one that believes that we want to unify our country. But when you have an issue like this where some people, and you know, I don't happen to believe it's the Democrats. I think it's Democrat leaders that want the open borders. I think it's Democrat leaders that say, we don't want voter ID. We talk about elections. I always start, okay, we start with voter ID. We don't want voter ID. He said, no, everything has ID, identification. They said, we don't want any identification. We don't want it. Now, there's only one reason, so we can't even negotiate after that, because they don't want voter ID. So I say to them, why don't you want? Well, we just don't want it. We think it's discriminatory. They have all sorts of excuses. They don't want it because they want to be able to cheat. And we want voter ID. and we want same-day voting, and we want paper ballots, and we want proof of citizenship. Very simple. You know, France did it. France went to 38 million votes, and they did it because they had mail-in ballots, and they were very unsafe, very bad. They had tremendous problems, and they went 2 years ago with an election and worked out incredibly. 10 o'clock in the evening, they had 37 million votes. They were all counted, and there were no problems. That's where our country should go, but the Democrats don't want to go there because it doesn't allow them to cheat. Okay, how about one more?
Mr. President, you have a lot of support for your policies.
Today there was a manhunt going on in this county. Somebody made death threats to you. Did you hear about that before coming?
No.
And what are your thoughts coming down here? Some people told me it's dangerous for you to be here.
I've heard it's dangerous, but I also have a job to do. I heard it's very dangerous. I haven't heard about that. They probably want to keep it from me. Thank you for telling me. Let's get out of here right now. No, thank you very much for saying, but no. And I have great respect for Secret Service, the job they do, including a month and a half ago when they were jumping on top of me with bullets flying right at them. So the mistakes were made, and they're going to learn from the mistakes, but I have great respect. But no, I haven't heard that, but I'm not that surprised. And the reason is because I want to do things that are very bad for the bad guys. So
Mr. President,
I have heard it's very unsafe to make this trip. There were some people that really didn't want me to make it. Yeah.
you have a lot of support.
Families and children under your mass deportation.
Yeah, we'll work on that. You know, they're missing so many children right now under this administration, over 300,000. Many of them are dead, you know that. Many of them are dead. Many of the hostages in Israel are dead. This is why Hamas isn't talking. You know, Hamas doesn't want to negotiate very much because I think they probably don't have very many alive right now, and so they don't want to really get into too much of a negotiation because I think many of those hostages, unfortunately, are dead. But the 300,000 children that are missing, many of them are dead, and many of them are in sex rings and all sorts of things going on. It's a terrible thing. They have done such a bad job in this government in terms of everything, foreign relations, border, crime, jobs. And today you found out that the job numbers are fake on top of everything else. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very
Mr. President,
much.
you have a lot of support for your policies here. Sheriff Daniels is someone that I've spoken with, I've interviewed before.
Yes.
He's very much in support of your policies. But when it comes to something like mass deportation, how would you work with blue states and blue cities that might not be as supportive as some of the folks here?
Let me tell you, they're much more supportive than you think. I've watched New York, Eric Adams. I've watched the body language. A lot of people that are in charge of that, they want to straighten it out. They can't live like this. New York has hundreds of thousands of illegal immigrants in their midst. Many of them are very, very hardened criminals. And I've watched the mayors, I've watched governors talking, and it's almost like they're talking because they demanded from Washington. They want it out much more than people would understand. They want them out. They don't want to see their cities overrun. New York is overrun, Chicago's overrun. They're all, and you would be surprised. And the people, including Democrats want to have a secure border. Democrats want to have a secure vote. It's the leadership that doesn't. So I think that'll be a very easy situation to solve. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Do you think the election this year will be secured, Mr. President?
I hope so.
All right, you're just listening in there to the former President Donald Trump make these remarks there at the U.S. and Mexico border, talking about his immigration policy, the mass deportation that he is expected to have. You also heard from different family members of the likes of Rachel Morin, Laken Riley, Jocelyn Nungery. The families of them continue to mourn the loss of those individuals. Certainly some sad stories that we followed very, very closely here on Live Now from Fox. And you were also hearing there from the former president talking about the manhunt that is underway in Cochise County. I do want to continue with that and give you an update here on Live Now from Fox. I want to put up this post here from Aisha Hasmi, Fox News' own, saying they are looking for a man who they believe has threatened to kill a presidential candidate. This is the same county where Trump is visiting today. We're also getting this image in here on Live Now from Fox of the individual right now on Live Now from Fox. Of course, the manhunt underway for a suspect who was threatened to kill the former president ahead of his rally on Thursday. Cochise County Sheriff's Office identified the 66-year-old as Ronald Lee Sivrud. The Sheriff's Office said Sivrud was an outstanding warrant from the state of Wisconsin for DUI, failure to appear for DUI from Graham County, Arizona, and a hit and run and felony to register as a sex offender there. The sheriff's office posted on Facebook that he is being sought, quote, as an investigative threat to lead to threats to kill a presidential candidate. So we're following this very, very closely here on Live Now from Fox. I'm Andy Mack. Let's slide away for a quick 2-minute break. All right, welcome back into Live Now from Fox. I'm Andy Mack. Thank you so much for joining us just past or almost 4:30 East Coast time here on Live Now from Fox. We're just listening in there to the former President Donald Trump in Arizona at the U.S.-Mexico border, talking a lot about immigration, but he also mentioned the U.S. economy. A live look there inside of the United Center, the DNC taking place tonight. And of course, Kamala Harris likely to talk about that as well, as there is also a big time Fed meeting in Jackson Hole tomorrow, and we got some new data about job growth showing that it was significantly weaker than previously reported. To break it all down, we do want to be joined right now by Barron's senior economic writer, Nicholas Jasinski. Thank you so much for joining us here on Live Now from Fox. A very pretty backdrop there with the Tetons in your kind of backdrop, but we're talking about the highs and the lows of this jobs report as they revised it somewhat, 818 fewer than previously reported. What do we make of this latest number about this in the economy?
Hey, thanks for having me on. I mean, this is one of the most beautiful places in the world. You can see the background behind me. Nobody wants to talk about the economy or anything. You just want to go on hikes and fishing and all that. But you're absolutely right. That data came out on Wednesday. This was for the 12 months ended in March. And the number of jobs that the BLS originally reported was 2.9 million added in that period. That was revised down by 818,000. So more than a quarter of the jobs that were initially reported didn't actually exist. And this is because the process of coming up with those numbers, they don't really survey every single worker, every single company in the United States. They do a representative sample, and then they extrapolate that into the larger number. So there's some estimating there, and then those get revised down. The next revision is going to be in February. What does that mean for the economy? It shows that the jobs market was just not as strong as we thought it was. The average monthly hiring over those 12 months is now something more like 174,000 per month instead of the initially reported 242,000. So that's a pretty big difference. But still, 174,000 jobs added per month. That's not an economy in a recession. It's not a number. It's not a negative number. It's a solid labor market. It's not as overheated as we originally thought.
Yeah, that is a good point. We heard from the former President Donald Trump calling them, quote, phantom jobs. A lot of economists thought this revision was coming. Can you speak to that, maybe just the strength of the job market, even despite this revision?
Yeah, you know, I think talking to people here at the conference, a lot of folks describe it as a job market that's normalizing. If you remember a lot of 2021 and 2022, as the economy was reopening after the pandemic, companies just could not hire enough workers. Every single grocery store and restaurant had a now hiring sign outside. Things have loosened significantly. It's a much easier time for companies and businesses and restaurants to hire workers. The unemployment rate is rising, though. It's an important distinction, though. It's not because the companies are laying people off. It has more to do with the supply of workers going up, and that's a whole nother topic, and has to do with immigration and people who left the workforce during COVID coming back into the workforce. So although the unemployment rate is rising, it's not setting off the same kind of alarm bells around here at this conference than if that was driven by layoffs.
Yeah, let's talk about maybe what you're doing there in Jackson Hole, Wyoming, is of course the big time Fed meeting there tomorrow. Maybe what do we expect from this meeting? And there's a lot of indications about an interest rate cut coming in the next few months. How much more optimism there in the economy, just knowing that might be coming down the road?
Yeah, so this is the annual Jackson Hole Economic Policy Symposium, and each year there's a different topic. But the most awaited event is going to be tomorrow morning, Friday morning, 10 a.m. Eastern Time, 8 a.m. local time. Fed Chair Jerome Powell is going to give a keynote address. And given where we are, inflation has approached the Fed's 2% target. We are seeing more softening in the labor market. People are extrapolating those trends and starting to say, okay, it's time for the Fed to ease off of its restrictive monetary policy. The next FOMC meeting where they can make a decision is on September 18th. And we'll see what Powell says tomorrow morning, but there's a lot of talk around here that he's going to lay the groundwork for at least the framework for what it would take to start cutting interest rates then in September.
And I want to ask you just basically, because we're talking about the revision in the jobs report and the interest rate cuts, do you think that revision has any impact on them laying the groundwork, if at all? Because there are many factors, like you mentioned, inflation, unemployment. Do you think that makes them a little bit nervous because they wanted to say greater confidence to make this first interest rate cuts? Does that make them nervous at all?
I don't think it makes them nervous. It's one more data point, though, that does support sooner rather than later easing. I mean, they talk about looking at the totality of the data, that they're going to be data dependent, not data point dependent. So any one economic indicator or release is not going to the deal breaker, but it's in the direction of a softening labor market. Inflation has come down, and so it's just the economic data does argue for interest rates that are lower than they are. All
right, Nicholas, my last question before I let you go. Obviously, a lot to do. Jerome Powell, everyone's kind of hanging on his every word, every syllable. Anything else that you're focusing on that maybe the average American can focus on as well ahead of this meeting there in Jackson Hole?
Well, so the topic of the meeting this year is examining the effectiveness and transmission of monetary policy, which is a whole mouthful. But what it really is focusing on is the Fed has a couple different tools. The biggest one of that is changing interest rates. And that affects economic activity by how much people are able to borrow or how much they earn on interest on their bank accounts. But because of 30-year mortgages and all these other things, the changes in interest rates may not actually impact the economy as much as they used to, and that's going to be the topic of this conference. That's of course that's a bigger topic than what is the Fed going to do in September, but it's an interesting one nonetheless, and I think it'll be something that a lot of takeaways will inform the rest of the monetary policy cycle after this and future cycles as well.
All right. Thank you, Nicholas. I appreciate your time. Enjoy that picturesque backdrop there with the Tetons. I appreciate you making time here on Live Now from Fox.
Thanks.
All right. Thank you so much. All right. Let's continue on here on Live Now from Fox. Great conversation. Very insightful there as this big Fed meeting taking place, this coming after that recent revision. A lot of people saw it coming, but the number 818,000 jobs, fewer than previously reported, that revision coming in the last few days. All right. I'm Andy Mack here on Live Now from Fox, a live look there inside of the United Center in Chicago. I'm Andy Mack. We're back after this. All right, welcome back in here to Live Now from Fox. I am Andy Mack. The culmination of the Democratic National Convention later on tonight. Kamala Harris expected to formally accept that nomination. She did one, a little bit of ceremonial there virtually just north of that border in Wisconsin earlier on this week. We'll take you out to there for all of these main speakers tonight, day number 4. The theme, a quote, "For our future," a live look inside the United Center following all the latest, but also outside of the United Center. Plenty of protests taking place around Chicago, around the Windy City. We're also watching this here on Live Now from Fox. We're going to hear from our Fox 32 team. Casey Crone is coming up here in the next half hour or so, detailing what's going on. But we did hear reporting that last night, the Chicago police say no arrests, no one injured, despite some large crowds of protesters there in Chicago for the DNC. All right, let's continue here on Live Now from Fox. And in fact, let's take you out to our Fox 32 team. Casey Crone is on the ground reporting live around some of these protests. Let's listen in to what she has to say.
Different groups that just occurred here. First, a press conference was unfolding with the coalition marching on the DNC. It is made up of 270 groups, and their primary goal is calling on delegates and calling on an end to U.S. aid to Israel. Now, these are their marshals in these bright yellow and orange vests. As that press conference was unfolding, we'll point your attention to these risers, where a group of about 5, it appears to be Trump supporters. They're carrying American flags, showed up with bullhorns, started to attempt to disrupt the press conference that was happening just a stone's throw away. There was a little small clash between a few people, but as you can see, the marshals are kind of here standing to just kind of separate and make sure things don't get out of hand. So that's what's happening here in Union Park. Now, this is all unfolding before the rally is set to kick off in just over an hour at 5 o'clock, and then the group will march at 6:30. There are, I would say, more than 100 people here now, maybe a couple hundred. That includes the media that is here. So we will be here to continue monitoring how this unfolds. It appears that, you know, nothing physical yet, just a little, there were words exchanged between some of those two groups. So we will see if that group sticks around, you know, if they continue to kind of shout things on those speakers while the group rallies here at 5 o'clock. That's what's happening here at Union Park. Thousands are expected to join this rally and march today, so we will be here to unfold it. They will be walking the protest route and then ending at Park 578 later this evening. That's what's happening here for now. Reporting live in Union Park, Casey Crone, Fox 32, Chicago.
Thanks so much. This week has...
All right, you're just listening in there to our Fox 32 team doing a great job from the Windy City. A busy week there with so many delegates from around the country, so many different law enforcement agencies from around the country also chipping in. You can see there a live look, kind of the West Loop in Chicago. Following it here on Live Now from Fox, just almost 4 o'clock local time, Central Time there in northeastern Illinois. All right, I'm Andy Mack. We're back after this. right, welcome back in here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Andy Mack. Thank you so much for joining us. The theme for night 4 is, quote, for our future. A couple live looks inside and outside of the United Center and also on the banks there of Lake Michigan. You can see the Shedd Aquarium in the distance. As we're continuing to follow the latest here with this Democratic National Convention, we'll have it live, unfiltered, uninterrupted, all the speakers later on tonight. And plenty of speakers to be had, including Kamala Harris a little bit later on tonight. We're also going to hear from different governors, including Michigan Governor Gretchen Whitmer, North Carolina Governor Roy Cooper. 2 of those individuals were on the short list to be her VP. It ultimately became the Minnesota Governor Tim Walz as the pick, and he spoke last night. For more on everything to do with the DNC, day number 4, let's take you out to Connor Hansen with the latest.
Accept her party's nomination. The Harris-Walz campaign says we can expect Harris to talk about her personal story and her plan for the future. Some of the most prominent figures in the Democratic Party taking center stage at the United Center this week, rallying behind Vice President Kamala Harris.
Kamala Harris will work to solve our problems, seize our opportunities, ease our fears, and make sure every single American, however they vote, has a chance to chase their dreams.
But tonight, all eyes will be on the vice president as she introduces her vision for America to voters. Just a month after President Joe Biden dropped out of the race and she ascended to the top of the ticket.
We've got a chance to make Kamala Harris the next president of the United States. But I think we owe it to the American people to tell them exactly what she'd do as president before we ask them for their votes.
Meanwhile, her opponent, former President Donald Trump, has been on the campaign trail all week. Today, he's in Arizona along the southern border talking immigration, an issue many see as Harris's biggest weakness.
They've unleashed a deadly plague of migrant crime on our country by not doing their job.
Vice President Harris will make history tonight as the first black woman and first Asian American to accept a major party's nomination. In Chicago, Connor Hansen, Fox News.
All right, thank you so much for that, Connor. Of course, we'll follow it in full later on tonight. All right, I'm Andy Mack. Let's find a way for a final 2-minute break of this hour. All right, welcome back in here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Andy Mack. Thank you so much for joining us. A couple of Live Now looks there in Chicago, the Windy City, ramping up DNC night number 4 a little bit later on. We're still watching here on Live Now from Fox protests outside of the United Center, just kind of in that city. We've seen them over the last several days. Yesterday, though, Chicago police saying no arrests were made, no injuries reported. Let's take you right now, though, out to a press conference taking place, or just a different uncommitted delegates making those remarks. This coming after the DNC denying a request to have a speaker, a Palestinian speaker, there at these remarks over these 4 days. Let's listen into some of what they had to say outside of the United Center.
Palestinian American Democrats, Iman Jodeh, Sam Rasool, Iman Jodeh, State Representative of Colorado, Sam Rasool, delegate in Virginia, Ruha Rahman, State Representative in Georgia, Abdel Nasser Rashid, State Representative of Illinois. Our understanding is that none of them have received a phone call, none of them have even been asked to submit remarks in the past 2 months.
That's right.
I just wanted to say the fact that we are only miles away from the largest Palestinian community, Little Palestine of Illinois, this is not something that we are missing from this narrative. And it's a shame that right here in this community in Chicago, where we have the largest population of Palestinian Americans, that there is not going to be one Palestinian American speaker from that stage.
30 miles from here, a 6-year-old Palestinian boy was murdered because he was Palestinian. The least that our party could do is honor him by showing that Palestinian Americans are welcome on the stage.
We'll be back at 6:30. Thank you.
We'll stay here till then.
All right, you can hear some of those remarks. This comes, Palestinian Americans have not been granted a speaking slot at the Democratic National Convention despite pleas from pro-Palestinian delegates. Of course, there is continues to be some discussion over the Biden administration's handling of the war in Gaza. Point of contention within the party. You can see the signage in the background. They're just a street away from the United Center, the site, the main site of this DNC, as it will wrap up a little bit later on. So they're just going to hold this press conference maybe again in just a little bit of time, but that one wrapping up just outside of the United Center. But as we talked about over the last few days, there continues to be the main speakers later on the evening hours, but other different events taking place around the city earlier on in the day. We did hear that Minnesota Governor Tim Walz did visit some delegates from his home state earlier on this morning. This after making that speech inside the United Center, formally accepting the nomination as the VP on the Harris-Walz ticket. All right, let's continue here on Live Now from Fox. Another live look inside of that United Center. And I do want to get you out to another connection to a speaker tonight, as Michigan Governor Gretchen Whitmer expected to take to that stage and make some remarks. We heard earlier on today the senator from Michigan, Debbie Stabenow, speak at one of those events I was referring to. Let's listen in to her as she will retire, step down from her role, opening up a Senate seat in a key battleground state. Let's listen in to what she had to say earlier on.
She has been a senator, a Democratic senator, since 2001. Before that, she was in the House. I think you came in 1997, correct?
I did.
She was the first woman Michigan ever sent to the Senate.
Yeah.
All right, you've got a fan club here. Since that time, she's risen in the ranks. She's become the chair of the Senate Agriculture Committee, and she's also a member of Senate Democratic leadership. Right now, she's the chairwoman of the Democratic Policy and Communications Committee, which does a lot of the messaging for her caucus. So I want to start with the news of the day question.
Yes.
We have a lot to cover. We're going to start with the news of the day.
Yes.
Tonight, obviously, Vice President Harris is going to formally accept the nomination. It's the culmination of a pretty stunning series of events.
Oh my gosh.
Where you had one torch that was passed down to another. And you're preparing to pass your own torch. You are about to retire at the end of a nearly 25-year career. So I want to know how you're feeling about this moment and this convention and this candidate where you saw a torch pass from one generation of Democratic leadership to another.
Well, it's wonderful to be here with you, and I've been to a lot of conventions. This is incredibly exciting, and in some ways nostalgic for me because this is the last one for me as a senator. So, but I think it's so important that we recognize that moving forward is step by step by step. You know, I think of Hillary Clinton. I remember 2016, how we all felt at the convention and so on, and how heartbroken we were at the results, and then horrified afterwards about what happened. But to see Hillary this week, who was brilliant on stage, speak about breaking, you know, the cracks in the glass ceiling and so on, and then to know that she is literally, she's opened the door for Kamala Harris. She's passing the torch to Kamala Harris. Somebody has to show the face first. Like a president can look like this, look like a woman. Mm-hmm. Somebody on a debate stage for president can look like a woman, and she did that. In my own life, not because I was planning this, but I've been actually in politics a long time in Michigan. And in 1994, as a state senator, I was the first woman to run statewide. I ran for governor, narrowly lost. But the same thing, it was like a face could look like the governor.
Yeah.
And so, but 8 years later, and for Kamala, it's 8 years after Hillary. In Michigan, it was 8 years after I ran. Jennifer Granholm was elected the first governor of Michigan. And then now we have Gretchen Whitmer, who's so terrific. And we have a woman governor, a woman secretary of state, a woman attorney general, senior senator. Somebody asked me, do we allow men to run in Michigan? And I said, only if they're qualified. So, but the truth is, people have to feel comfortable seeing power as the face of a woman. And we're there now. We're absolutely there now. And so I hope this is going to be about how she's ready to step in. She's ready to go. Yeah. She's qualified. She's got the right policy, certainly for Michigan. And this is somebody who will make a great president.
Yeah, so tell me how she's doing in Michigan. Where's your sense of where they stand? And you know, you've won statewide in Michigan yourself. What does she have to do to win that state?
Well, she's doing it. And even before coming in as the presidential candidate, I think this year alone, she's been in Michigan 6 times before this even happened. And so she and President Biden both. What we are seeing to win Michigan, it's short-term and long-term. The pieces that have been put together to keep people safe and alive and get away from COVID and kids back to school and all those things that happened. Then we transitioned into how do we create a strong economy, bringing jobs home, rebuilding America, focusing on science, tackling the climate crisis, all these things. Very important, foundation. But what she's doing is the next step as well, which is so important. So how does it working for you and your family right now?
Right.
What does that look like? Affordable housing is critical for people in Michigan. Making sure you not only have a job, but it's a good paying job. Keeping healthcare costs going down. Taking what we've done for the drug companies, taking them on for seniors, and making that available for everybody else. There's a whole range of things that go to your costs right now. Your food costs, your healthcare costs, your medicine, and that's the next step that she's taking.
So, and then another Michigan question. Clearly, the state's home to this major auto manufacturing economy. The labor force is contending with the transition over to making electric vehicles. EVs have become, you know, sort of this part of really, you know, it's become a culture war issue. Right. The way folks are talking about it on the other side of the aisle. What's your sense of where Michiganders stand on the transition to EVs, and how important do you think it is that Vice President Harris is going to have to thread that needle in her campaign?
Well, let me just say, this whole thing is weird. I mean, this is one of the weird things in that moving to clean energy and new jobs has become this big political issue. In my judgment, it is because behind all of this, the oil companies are terrified that we are not going to stay on fossil fuels. And so they've done 50 years of trying to convince people there wasn't a climate crisis, and then now EVs won't work, and just it's on and on and on. And their allies in the House and Senate have done everything they can to try to make sure the consumer tax credit is too complicated to use, that all the things that we've put in place, you know, that we're not doing charging stations as fast as we could. I mean, to undermine people's confidence. There's a whole undermining that in some ways is working. Now, I can tell you, I have an EV, Chevy Bolt, made in Lake Orion, Michigan.
All right.
That I love, and haven't gone to a gas station in 2.5 years. And I'm not interested in going back and doing that. And once you realize I've got a charger in my garage in Michigan, but in DC, there's charging stations. Once people really see this, both as a cost savings, as making a contribution to the 30% of the climate crisis, which is transportation.
Right.
But innovation and jobs. And so the other thing I would say is these EVs are going to be driven and bought in Michigan. The question is, will they be Chinese made or American made? Chinese made. Chinese aren't making them. They've stolen a lot of our patents over the years, I can tell you. But they, you know, they have leaned in on cheap Chinese vehicles. They're already in Europe. They're trying to come to the United States. So there are going to be new types of vehicles. Are we going to make them in America, or are we going to let China do it? And so this administration says, let's make it in America.
Do you think that message still needs to break through in Michigan, or do you think Michiganders get it?
I think there's still work to do, but it's a whole lot better than it was.
Got it.
We've got battery plants being opened in Michigan. And by the way, when we've done tax cuts for clean energy, they're called production tax credits, which is a very big deal. It's been a big thing that I have focused on. You get the tax cut if you produce it in America. You don't get the tax cut and then you can take the jobs overseas to make it. You get the solar production tax credit, battery production tax credit. We've got 44 new facilities opening in Michigan, most related to clean energy. Mm-hmm. We haven't seen that in decades. And it's related to a policy of investing in America, growing the middle class, making it in America. I mean, that's the vision. And as people see this, I think there's going to be more and more enthusiasm.
Right. So in the time we have left, I have to ask you about the Farm Bill.
Yeah, what?
I'd be in big trouble if I didn't ask you about the Farm Bill.
I know.
What's going on with the Farm Bill?
I've been involved in 6 Farm Bills, as you know. This third one I've led. It's always bipartisan. We've always been able to keep, partisan politics out of this process, but it's getting harder and harder and harder to do. So I'm doing everything I can before the end of the year. I put forward my own bill, section by section bill. The House passed a bill. The committee passed a bill. Unfortunately, they passed something that it takes money out of the nutrition title, which we never do, and doesn't, skewed to the South, and the Midwest is not happy. If I voted for the House bill, I'd get killed by my commodity groups because wheat, corn, soybeans, everything in the Midwest gets the short end of the stick. So bottom line, we need to sit down and negotiate and be serious. And right now, folks on the Republican side want to spend more money than there is. I'm happy to do that if we can get a bipartisan way to figure that out. CBO says even with nutrition cuts, the House bill has a deficit of $33 billion. And they can't pass it in the House. They can't pass it in the House floor because of that.
Yeah.
So let's get together, agree on the bipartisan way we're going to raise the money. I'm for raising as much as we can to meet the needs of ag. Agriculture needs certainty. We need a bill. Agriculture needs certainty. Families need certainty.
Yeah.
But folks need to understand how you do that. I've been around a long time. I know how you do this. It's a broad coalition of farm folks, family, food, hunger folks, conservation, biofuels, forestry. I mean, and you got to get everybody.
Yeah.
Livestock, and not just your own pet crop that you grow. You have to support all parts of agriculture. And we don't yet see a recognition or willingness negotiate to do that.
Yeah, so time is running out. Have there been any talks during the recess?
Oh, we talk all the time.
Yeah, you and your counterpart, Senator Bozeman, talk?
Our staffs are talking. We've yet to get anything written down as a proposal. We hear concerns about.
All right, you're just listening in this to an event from earlier. Debbie Stabenow, the Michigan senator, of course, she is stepping down, retiring, opening up a slot in a key battleground state. We're expecting to hear tonight from Melissa Slotkin there, trying to take over the seat, fill the void left by Stabenow after she removes herself from the Senate. But she's talking about the great work she has done, the kind of glass ceiling that she has broken there in that state. All right, let's continue here on Live Now from Fox, a live look inside of the United Center. We're following all the latest with the DNC. We'll hear more from our Fox 32 team after this break. All right, welcome back in here to Live and Now from Fox. I'm Andy Mack. Thank you so much for joining us. Let's take you out to our Fox 32 team. Paris Schutz giving us a preview of what's to come tonight with Kamala Harris as she's expected to formally accept that nomination for the top of the ticket. Let's listen in to what they had to say from this report in their 4 p.m. news.
In reaction to her nomination, Paris.
Well, Terrence and Sylvia, Vice President Kamala Harris is expected to reintroduce herself to the nation tonight, focusing some of her speech on her background. But there is one part of her biography and background that has not factored prominently into the campaign so far, and there's a reason for that. A Kamala Harris presidency would shatter the final glass ceiling for women in politics, something Hillary Clinton aspired to do in 2016. But according to former House Speaker Nancy Pelosi, there's a reason the campaign has not made that a central theme.
I know there's excitement about the prospect of a woman president, and that's very exciting. It brings tears to my eyes, but it doesn't bring votes to the ballot box necessarily.
Pelosi was the first woman speaker in U.S. history. She says in the end, the gender of the candidate shouldn't be a big deal.
People are concerned about the cost of this or the security of their job, and you had just a little bit of time to persuade them to say she's a woman. I don't think is the first case that you should make. However wonderful it is it's icing on the cake, but it ain't the cake.
Cook County Board President Tony Preckwinkle has penetrated the old boys network of Illinois politics to become the chair of the Cook County Democratic Party. She says she agrees with Pelosi.
Well, I think she just doesn't want to be boxed in. She wants to be sure that she's appealing to everybody in the country and that her message is as broad as possible, and I think she's been very successful at that.
Illinois Congresswoman Jan Schakowsky says the fact that the Harris campaign doesn't have to drive home the historic nature is another indication of the gains women have made in all aspects of American life.
It is about making history. There's no question about that. But it is a side issue. I agree. I think what we're talking about is a really competent, ready to be the President of the United States person. And then we've got Tim Walz, who is just an everyday guy. I think all of the pictures of who's coming up are very, very positive. But I think people are really looking at how tough this woman is, this person is, to govern.
And Harris is expected to reiterate broader themes of prosecutor versus felon, forward versus backward, and talk about some policy agenda items like affordable housing and access to women's reproductive rights. Other than that, tonight, what we can expect is a whole lot more entertainment. We heard the musical artist Pink rehearsing here before. Some rumors that perhaps Beyonce would be in the house. We don't know that. We have not confirmed that. So much more to come, and we'll see you at the bottom of the hour, Sylvia and Terrence.
With more on
All right, you're just looking in there inside of the United Center, talking about the glass ceiling, talking about Kamala Harris as she's expected to really accept this, formally the nomination to be at the top of the ticket as well. Of course, the theme for tonight, For Our Future. We'll have it in full, live, uninterrupted coverage later on this evening. As we continue on here on Live Now from Fox, let's talk about maybe everything that's going on, not only inside of the United Center, but outside in terms of protesters. Let's be joined right now by Fox 32 reporter Casey Cronus on the ground. Casey, thank you so much for joining us here on Live Now from Fox. It's the final day, really, of this DNC, potentially the final day of these protests there in the Windy City. What are we seeing right now on the ground there?
Hey, Andy, good to chat with you again. Organizers of the coalition to march on the DNC, which is made up of 270 groups, they just held a news conference about an hour ago, and they said that the world is watching Chicago, but they are not watching what's happening inside the United Center. This is what was said at that press conference. He said they are watching the protesters and the demonstrations. Now, in Union Park right now, which is very close to the United Center, but there is still a bit of a distance between the two. There are demonstrators popping up in the park here, and they are going to be rallying at 5 o'clock local time, so in about 50 minutes now. Now, interestingly, let's walk over, because it looks like right now there's a crowd forming, and I'm not entirely sure what all is happening here, but I see a lot of cameras, so let's just pop over and see if we can see anything. Let me chime in, Casey,
because I think it's Vivek Ramaswamy, just to give you a sense, because we have an AP feed. So continue on with your reporting, but just to give you a sense what's going on inside this scrum, continue.
Okay, Andy, thank you so much. Yeah, I'm seeing some different signs here, and it appears, yeah, we see some like a Judaism-related group here. Interesting. Okay, so Jacob's going to give you a look inside here. Now, there was another clash, if you will, that happened about an hour ago when a group of what appeared to be Trump supporters, they were wearing Make America Great Again hats. They showed up, and you know, the pro-Palestinian demonstrators, there was a little bit of a verbal clash. Nothing physical unfolded, but, you know, the group that appeared to be supporting Trump had American flags, they had bullhorns, and they were starting to, just to kind of disrupt, if you will, just to, you know, kind of shout over the press conference that was unfolding at the time there. So, you know, we've seen just a little bit of tensions rising today. Yesterday was very peaceful, and no arrests were made, Andy.
All right, very, very interesting. All right, you see that scrum there, Vivek Ramaswamy getting a kind of a glimpse, working hard there, our Fox 32 team is. All right, Casey, I'm going to let you go just because we're going to dive into this press conference. But thank you so much for your time. Great reporting as always.
Andy.
All right, thank you so much. All right, let's continue on here on Live Now for Fox. Great reporting there, as always, from Casey Cronus and their photographer there on the ground. Let's take you right now out to Vivek Ramaswamy. We did hear an event earlier on today with him. Let's listen to what he has to say as he's kind of gathering there with protesters at this Union Park area in Chicago. Let's listen to it here live on Live Now.
Or RFK Jr., any party that is backed by big business is going to be able to represent us. They can't be pressured into representing us because we don't pay their bills, we don't pay Kamala's, Trump's, we don't pay yours, because they all have financial backers. That's why we need a workers' party to take down the two ruling class parties, one that doesn't have funding from these big businesses and is instead funded by its membership.
Yeah, I mean, you realize the convention here, I don't need to preach to you then, but I mean, who buys the sweets, right? Talking about populist talk from the floor of the convention, stand up for the workers and break up the very companies that are sponsoring the whole event, right? So there's a bit of a paradox there. But, you know, all I would say is...
Paradox in what exactly?
Of controlled rhetoric, right? You have a lot of corporate interests controlling the way in which they actually assail those very corporate interests, which is kind of interesting. It is, I think we might be saying something similar. It's all a bit of a charade.
Yeah, I would say one thing that is definitely we're not similar on is you've been talking about unification of like the far right and the far left. There is no...
Well, I don't know about unification, but there may be some common threads.
Well, we would say this, that there is no perfect American communism, American socialism like this, you know, these other little parties popping up. It has to be international. We are here for the success of American working class, because the only way we can be there for the success of the American working class is the international working class in Canada and in Mexico. If you had some, and now we don't believe in this, but let's say there was some perfect, socialist America, it would immediately get pushed out by China, by Russia, by Europe. So we need an international socialist revolution in order to secure a true victory for the working class. Woo!
Vivek, what are your thoughts on reparations for Black Americans?
So here's my perspective. I was asked about this when I came to the south side of Chicago a year ago, and my position on this has not changed, is I'm against race-based reparations because I think it will create more division, not less.
What about race-based discrimination that occurred in this country for...
Yeah, so let me just clarify one aspect. I think there was a time and place for it in the Reconstruction era. But today, when we actually bring back racial reparations, it actually causes greater discrimination, not more. I think we're seeing a rise in anti-Black and I think other forms of racism in the country. But part of the reason I think we're seeing it is there's no better way to foster racial animus than to take something away from someone based on their skin color.
So no more Black people justice because it'll make other people upset.
Well, because it's going to create more division and be self-defeating. I think it's actually going to set Black Americans back because it will cause. I mean, but
Black Americans continue to live in that sense.
I want to move out of I want to move out of the middle of this just because I feel like. So let me say this: you're not going to be able to solve. You are not going to be able to solve this problem under capitalism. You're always going to be coming up with these little band-aid issues. That is why the only way to truly get reparations for the indigenous people, for the Black Americans in this country, is a socialist revolution. Is by seizing the means of production and letting that community give themselves reparations. We don't need to be asking for, oh, please, God, would you maybe give me something? No. The workers of the world need to take Hawaii can rise.
All right, you're just listening in there to this press conference from just outside of the DNC there. Getting a little bit vulgar, so we muted it for a moment. Let's slide away for a quick 2-minute break. We're going to get into more inside of what's going on later tonight inside of the United Center at the DNC. I'm Andy Mack. We're back after this. All right, welcome back in here to Live Now from Fox. I am Andy Mack. While Kamala Harris is the headliner tonight, expecting to speak at the very end of this DNC to put a bow on the Democratic National Convention, there are several other prominent Democrats who will also be taking the mic, including some important candidates for the Senate and for the House. I do want to put up a live picture right now of the United Center here on Live Now from Fox. And let's get into maybe some of those down ballot tickets, some of those down ballot candidates. We're going to be joined right now by Politico's Madison Fernandez. Madison, thank you so much for joining us here on Live Now from Fox. And there are some key Senate candidates speaking tonight from Texas, Wisconsin, Pennsylvania, Michigan, Arizona, some key battleground states. Maybe can you set the scene? What are we looking for in some of these candidates, and what do we expect them to say?
Yeah, definitely. So we're seeing a lot of down ballot candidates tonight, and we saw a couple throughout the week. And I just want to make clear that, you know, this is not unique for Democrats. Republicans did the same thing during the RNC last month. They actually had one night where they had all their Senate candidates back to back. And the message was really clear there. You know, this is where we are prioritizing and where we really hope to win in November. But as for Democrats tonight, like you said, we're expecting to see speeches from folks like Tammy Baldwin of Wisconsin, Colin Allred of Texas, and Ruben Gallego of Arizona. And these are races that Dems really need to win. Texas maybe less so. Texas is a little out of reach for Democrats. But that also goes to show, you know, these are those who aren't just the battlegrounds. It's the ones that Dems are, you know, might extend the map a little too.
No, that is a very good point. Let's get into maybe some of these candidates and maybe some of them that are going to be in a tight race come November, including Bob Casey, Alyssa Slotkin, Ruben Gallego. Maybe how much can they make a statement on a night like this to rally support and potentially push them over the finish line?
This is a really good time for them to work on their message and highlight the message that they want in their races. So, for instance, we know that Casey is expected to talk about greedflation, which is something that he's really highlighted in his Senate campaign as a policy point that he's pushed for while in Congress. And, you know, for instance, with Gallego, I think that we could expect to hear a bit from him on immigration. You know, he's one of the rare Democrats who have been really bullish, usually a pain point for Dems. So these are things that can boost Harris because, you know, it benefits them, but it also benefits her if all the Democrats are sort of on the same page. But at the same time here, you know, they're going to be attacked for being at the DNC. Their Republican opponents are going to say, oh, look, they're in lockstep with Vice President Harris, and they're going to use that as an attack. So, I mean, those are things we just can't expect from this.
Yeah, and a little bit of both their balance they'll have to strike there, and both kind of setting the stage in terms of their policy, but also going after the Republican Party. I do want to ask you, because it's been a whirlwind last few months here in terms of the political kind of sphere that we're in, and we're talking about Biden, maybe how some of these Senate candidates not necessarily distancing themselves from Biden, but not necessarily standing alongside of him. Can you kind of talk to that contrast about just the closeness of these Senate candidates now with Harris also speaking tonight, the formally accept the nomination?
It definitely feels like there's been a shift. I mean, when Biden was going to some of these battlegrounds, a lot of these candidates weren't showing up to his rallies. And, you know, they said it was because of scheduling conflicts. They had to be in Washington, all that. But, you know, when Harris has showed up to these states in recent weeks, they are stumping with her. So, I mean, that really is a noticeable difference here. But that's also not to say that all the candidates are so wholeheartedly embracing Harris now. I mean, there's a few vulnerable Dems who have skipped the convention, like Sherrod Brown in Ohio, John Tester in Montana, and Jackie Rosen in Nevada. And they said it's because, you know, I think this week is more valuable to spend campaigning in my state. And, you know, this is not really new, I'll say. Like, there were plenty of Republicans who skipped the RNC as well to prioritize campaigning over going to the convention. So, you know, I think that it definitely has shifted a little bit more, a more wholehearted embrace of Harris, but compared to Biden, but, you know, definitely not everyone.
Yeah, all right. That is very, very interesting. All right. Anything else to note in terms of these Senate candidates? Because some of them familiar names, some of them not so much, trying to introduce themselves kind of to the nation. Anything else you're looking at in terms of the Senate before we move on?
Yeah, I mean, some of these speakers tonight, they aren't current incumbents. You know, like I said, Colin Allred, he's a congressman, but he is not in the Senate. So he's really working on boosting up his statewide name ID to run against Ted Cruz. And obviously this will help by getting a little national exposure. And the same goes for Ruben Gallego. He's a member of the House, but, you know, has to work on that statewide ID right now.
Yeah, a few of them. Alyssa Slotkin also trying to kind of switch over chambers as well. Madison, I know you've been watching it very, very closely, the DNC, Biden night 1, Obama night 2, Walz night 3. Maybe take me through some of your favorite moments that you felt have stuck out at the DNC that maybe have stuck out with voters as well as they head to the polls in November.
Top of mind is Walz's speech from last night. You know, when you had his son crying just tears of joy. I mean, that's something that we see sort of folks across the aisle are like, you know, that was a really heartwarming sort of thing. That's something that just resonates with folks. And, you know, that's one of those things that I think will stand out for a while. But even beyond that, I think that Walz has done a really good job of establishing himself because, like we were just saying, he's not really well known nationally, and neither is J.D. Vance for Republicans. And I think that even if you just look at last night, all the signs, those Coach Walz signs, really leaning into his background as a high school football coach, like those are really significant things that Harris and Walz campaign have done.
Yeah, that moment last night with his son Gus, very, very special as well, as he's really asserted himself, brought to national prominence there in this VP, formally accepting that. All right, Madison, thank you so much for your time. I appreciate you as always. Great insight here on Live Now.
Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. All right, let's continue on here on Live Now from Fox. Great conversation there as we'll take you out to all of these speeches later on tonight. Night 4. A theme for our future, and you're expecting to hear different Senate candidates on the Democratic side, including Colin Allred from Texas going up against Ted Cruz, Tammy Baldwin from Wisconsin, the incumbent, against Eric Hovde in November. Also in Pennsylvania, Bob Casey going up against Dave McCormick, Alyssa Slotkin trying to replace Debbie Stabenow, going up against Mike Rogers. Ruben Gallego from Arizona will face Carrie Lake come November. And then in Nevada, Catherine Cortez Masto against Sam Brown. All right, a live picture there inside of this arena in the Windy City. We'll have much more coming up after this break. All right, welcome back in here to Live Now from Fox. A little bit of the calm before the storm, and later on tonight for night 4 of the DNC. And of course, we're following everything inside of that United Center Arena, but also on the outside, as you can see, protesters gather as Vivek Ramaswamy, formerly a presidential candidate, dropping out, throwing his support behind the former President Donald Trump. You can see plenty of media cameras, also protesters there on the ground. We're hearing from Casey Cronus, our Fox 32 team, as she was reporting and seeing kind of this cluster of cameras of media, and didn't know exactly what it was, and you can kind of see her vantage point. But at the center of this is Vivek Ramaswamy. You can see a better camera, a better vantage point here also on Live Now from Fox. Maybe let's listen in to these brief remarks here as he's potentially walking back to his security detail with protesters. Let's listen in.
Agrees with us, and we're not going to have one country unless we respect the basic principles we were founded on, which is peaceful, free speech and open debate. That's a tradition that made America great the first time around, and I stand for the right of these people. Even many of them disagree with me, may not like me. I still stand for their right to be able to express themselves.
What did you make it?
Hey, we got to keep moving. We got to keep moving. We got to keep moving, guys. Get off. Yeah, keep moving. I think a lot of people are naturally angry. That's their right. I think it would be much more productive if we were willing to actually engage in an open conversation.
All right, you see the feed a little bit going out, but that was Kelly Ferris there interviewing Vivek Ramaswamy as he joined protesters on the ground just outside of the DNC. We saw plenty of protesters, but no arrests made last night. The feed, it looks like it has popped back up. Let's dive back in.
In a strong way without apologizing for what Donald Trump did for the first 4 years, and take a pragmatic approach to ending not only the war in Ukraine, but delivering peace in the Middle East as well. Now, part of the reason that I think we have a strong relationship with Israel is that that's in the best interests of America, and it's been in the best interest of stability around the world. The other thing is, things people don't talk about much is most Muslims in the world don't even live in the Middle East. They live in other parts of Central Asia and South Asia. And, I don't think that this conflict is necessarily representative of how many other, even American Muslims look at this issue. These people, I think, are not representative of necessarily a lot of the people. Get off the street! Where are you going, sir?
All right, it looks like their crowd is moving through, but plenty of media on hand there. A little counter-programming as the DNC wraps up from Chicago. As Harris will formally accept that presidential nomination. All right, we're following it all here on Live Now from Fox. Let's take you back out to earlier in the day, though. We were hearing from Vivek Ramaswamy as well at a more formal setting, talking with Trump allies there, talking about some of the conversations at the DNC in the Windy City. Let's listen into this from earlier today.
Thank you.
That's right. Thank you. Good to see you all, and good to be back in Chicago. I came here about a little over a year ago when I visited the south side of Chicago. I see several friends from that who we made are with us today, and they weren't supporting Republicans or Trump back then, but many of them are right now, and I'll tell you why. When I visited here back then, a lot of people in this community, in this city alone, asked themselves, why are they converting places like South Shore High School into an encampment for illegal migrants at a cost of $7,000 per migrant per month, when we're sitting right here following the laws, law-abiding citizens of this country ourselves. And I think that is the backdrop for this debate around the immigration policy and future border policies of the United States. It was interesting to come back to Chicago in the middle of this convention, and I'm glad, actually, I'm grateful that Democrats appear to now agree with Donald Trump's policy of building the wall. If only they cared as much about keeping illegals out of our country as they do keeping their own left-wing protesters out of their own convention, our border crisis would actually be behind us. It's been an interesting convention this week. They adopted a 92-page policy platform that began, the very first thing in there, actually, just by show of hands, anybody read that document? A couple of you. You know what the first item in that was?
Land acknowledgement.
You did read it. Thank you. Well, we share that in common. So the opening page of the 92-page document that consists of the democratic policy for the future of this country began with a land acknowledgement, which tells you a lot about where their policy priorities are. I'd like to kick off today with a land acknowledgement of our own. Where are we right now? We're in the city of Chicago in the United States of America, supposedly that shining city on a hill. We're in this city, these are not my facts, these are based on public information of just reported crimes. This is a city with one murder every 14 hours,
1 rape every 4 hours, 1 shooting every 3 hours, and 1 stolen vehicle every 18 minutes. For those of you who drove, I hope you locked your cars. It is a city ravaged and devastated by the effects of not only rampant crime, but rampant crime worsened by the effects of illegal mass migration to this country. And it's against that backdrop that I'd like to deliver a message to Kamala Harris ahead of her speech tonight. From one kid of legal immigrants to this country to another, my message to her is, shame on you. Shame on you as somebody who should know better, as the kid of legal immigrants who came the right way, as countless others wait to do in this country, to say that you're supporting illegal mass migration into this country. That's wrong and devastating everything the United States of America was founded on, including the rule of law. Shame on Kamala Harris for being a vice president of the United States of America. I'll tell you what a true leader would do. A true leader would say that, you know what, I am responsible for the catastrophes at our southern border because I'm the vice president who you elected. Instead, she's too busy trying to give responsibility or claim that she was never given that responsibility in the first place. As a factual matter, she was. Call it a border czar, call it what you want. She was the person in charge of the southern border policies. But even if she hadn't been put in charge of that, if you're the vice president of the United States of America, what level of leadership do you have to show to be able to say that you're going to pretend like you had no responsibility for the catastrophic effects of not only crime, but the catastrophic effects on the rule of law in this country? Shame on her for the several 100,000 migrant children who have been released in this country but are no longer accounted for. Recent reports coming out from the Department of Homeland Security Inspector General suggesting that number could be upwards of 30,000. Now they're revising it to suggest several 100,000 children. We're not talking about adults here, you're talking about kids who are now being sold potentially into child trafficking, child labor, and worse in this country. Shame on Kamala Harris for that. Shame on her for her failed leadership of the country, and shame on her for permitting the deaths of Americans at the hands of these illegal immigrants. Laken Riley, Rachel Marin, Kayla Hamilton, Brenda Altman. Those are great law-abiding Americans who were killed by criminals. She says, we're not going to call them criminals, I'll call them what they are, I'll call them criminals, who slaughtered law-abiding, good Americans sitting right here. So I challenge Kamala Harris tonight. She's given a speech. She has an opportunity to show herself as a leader of the free world, that's what she wants to be, the President of the United States of America, to have a spine and to apologize to the family members of Laken Riley, of Rachel Marin, of Kayla Hamilton, and of Brenda Altman. Look them in the eye through the camera and tell them you apologize for the failed policies, and even more importantly, tell the rest of us what policies you're actually going to adopt to make sure something like that never happens again in this country. And if she does that tonight, I'll disagree with her, I'm not going to vote for her, but I'll give her credit for doing that. But if she doesn't, it will tell you all you need to know about a president who is hiding from in the shadows from an actual policy debate about the future direction of the United States. And I think that job falls on many of you who are here today. I say this with due respect to those of you in the media.
All right, just listening in there to Vivek Ramaswamy making these remarks just hours ahead of the final night of the DNC. We do see some strong pictures right now coming out of Chicago. As you can see, police walking through some of these parks and areas near the United Center, a strong presence there amid all of these protesters. We're learning from Chicago police that there were no arrests made last night, no injuries reported, but you can just see them walking through this frame. Plenty of people, Gaza war protesters on the ground in this windy city with so many delegates coming in from around the country and around the world. So we were hearing from our Fox 32 team, Casey Cronus, talking about pro-Palestinian organizers preparing their final march on the DNC this evening. They're setting up at Union Park where the rally is planned for 5 p.m. before the march kicks off at 6:30 p.m. So that is local time. So just about an hour and about half an hour right now until the rally begins. So we'll take you out to that when it happens. But plenty to get to in terms of later on tonight with all of the festivities inside of this arena at the United Center. So we're following it all here on Live Now from Fox, as well as what's going on inside and outside there on night number 4. The theme, of course, for our future, Kamala Harris to be formally accepting that presidential nomination. I'm Andy Mack. We're back after this. All right, welcome back in here to Live Now from Fox, a live look there inside of the United Center as we're awaiting the commencement of this final night, capping off a week in Chicago at this DNC. I'm Andy Mack here on the desk. Thank you so much for joining us. Let's take you right now out to our Fox 32 team as they're continuing their coverage inside the United Center. Let's listen in. Bear, Schutz, and others here on Live Now from Fox.
There's still some areas where it's 24 hours. Those folks are inconvenient. They've been helping them to get parking in other areas. So it's been working out.
And everything's going to start coming down late tonight, right? And things will be back to normal tomorrow or by the weekend. Is there going to be some kind of sadness that the party's leaving?
So, yes, it's going to be some sadness because a lot of people are volunteering, a lot of people are having a good time, a lot of people are making money. I think this is a great thing. I think that some folks want to do something for the community in reference for all of the, inconvenience that happened in the neighborhood. So we'll see. That's to come.
How has this convention gone inside the hall? Have Democrats achieved what they need to?
I think so. I think the message is getting going through. It's very powerful. We know that, the other party is against women's rights. We got two great candidates running for president and vice president. I mean, you can feel it. Everybody can feel it. You feel the genuineness. You feel the concern about everybody. There's no division here. There's no divisiveness here. This is just bringing everybody together, and it's a big tent in the Democratic Party.
Walter Burnett, I know you got to get back to your seat unless someone takes it, so thanks for joining us.
Thank you, Perry.
All right, thank you so much for that. Our Fox 32 team doing a great job inside of the United Center and plenty of kind of eyeballs on this. So many people watching what's to come with the DNC, but the Republicans doing plenty of counter-programming. We saw the former President Donald Trump in Arizona at the U.S.-Mexico border, and earlier on today, vice presidential nominee for the Republicans, J.D. Vance, campaigning in the swing state of Georgia, the Ohio senator focusing on immigration and border security. I want to be joined right now by Fox's Bowen Kedrovich. Bowen, thank you so much for joining us here on Live Now from Fox. And maybe what did he say? What was the message there in southern Georgia?
Hi, Andy. Well, during the rally today, J.D. Vance was saying that the current administration's border policies of catch and release has turned every town into a border town. And like you said, Donald Trump is also in Arizona visiting the border there, focusing on immigration as well. A Fox News poll shows that 14% of Americans say that immigration is a top issue when they go to cast their ballot this November. That number is down 7 percentage points from last February. J.D. Vance visited the sheriff's office in Valdosta to see the drugs seized over the last few months.
And what they showed me were boxes of candy that looked like Nerds, looked like Sour Patch Kids, looked like Snickers bars, and they're boxes of candy that are actually dangerous drugs. And why did the drug cartels manufacture them like that? Because they wanted to hide them from law enforcement. And we know what's going to happen is if a pack of that candy finds its way into our communities or into our playgrounds, some kid, through no fault of their own, is going to pick up a piece of candy and it is going to take their lives from them.
The Harris-Walz campaign called out Vance after he said he would not support a $20 billion bill for border security. The statement reads, while Trump and Vance play politics with the border, they are saying out loud that they are not interested in solving the problem and would stand in the way of what Vice President Harris supports: more border security, more border agents, and a safer, more secure America. And that bill includes hiring more Border Patrol agents and installing fentanyl detector machines along the southern border. Last month, there were nearly 57,000 migrant encounters along the southern border, and that is the lowest monthly total recorded since President Biden took office. Donald Trump is scheduled to hold a rally tomorrow in Arizona. Andy?
All right, thank you so much, Bowen. I appreciate your time, as always, here on Live Now from Fox.
Thank you.
All right, thank you again. And this was the image from earlier today as the former President Donald Trump there down at the U.S.-Mexico border talking about his policies there, as talking alongside the wall, talking about the mass deportation that he plans to kind of do once he gets back into the White House. All right, let's continue on with the theme about the DNC, as that was counter-programming, but all eyes tonight on the DNC as Kamala Harris expected to take the stage, formally announced and accepting the nomination for the top of the ticket. And let's continue here on Live Now from Fox, bring in friend of the program. We talked to him time and time again at the United Center. One more time before this thing wraps up, Fox 6 Milwaukee, Sam Kramer. Sam, thank you so much for joining us here on Live Now from Fox, and kind of put a bow on this week. What are we focusing on tonight with Kamala Harris's speech there at the DNC?
Yeah, hi there, Andy. It is good to be back with you. So tonight is really all about her, right? It is kind of this culmination that they, being Democrats, have built to all week long, and really over the last 4.5 weeks, kind of building to this moment where she will accept the nomination. And Democrats say tonight she's going to tell her story. Everyone has been talking about her, about who she is, about what she has done. But tonight it's her turn to take that stage, accept the nomination, and really kind of pitch to the American people why they should vote for her. Now, you've heard over the last few weeks that Republicans targeting her lack of discussions with the press in terms of not hosting any sort of press conferences, not sitting down for any sort of one-on-one interviews. We've asked Democrats and Wisconsin delegates here at the DNC about that. They don't seem to mind, and there's a few reasons for that. One, there is this renewed excitement, similar to what we saw in 2016, about the possibility of America electing its first woman as president. A lot of people are just excited about that in its own right. Second, they are satisfied with the sort of promises and messaging that she has delivered at campaign rallies across really the battleground states, especially in Wisconsin. We have heard her speak in West Dallas, in Eau Claire, and still this week in Milwaukee while the DNC was going on here. The message she delivers each time is really similar. It's really just changing the lawmakers that she is thanking in that state, in the city, and also just kind of curtailing certain things. She talks about wanting to increase gun regulation and pass universal background checks. She talks about wanting to take on price gouging. Again, there aren't specifics. It's just ideas for this campaign. And so far, Wisconsin delegates that are here say it's a great start. And I actually talked to a strategist earlier today who said, look, this speech is not about specifics. It's not about policy. It is about introducing herself and kind of delivering this persuasive argument to the people who are not really going to focus in on those specifics anyway. It's kind of this introduction that she will be hoping to make and hoping to persuade those undecided voters to come toward the Democratic ticket come November.
Yeah, that's a very good point, capping off the week. And my last question before I let you go is, we've seen different Senate candidates, and a key one there in Wisconsin, Tammy Baldwin, expected to speak tonight. What do you expect to hear from her? Maybe what do people in Wisconsin expect to hear from her tonight, as they expect to be a very tight race come November?
Yeah, so Senator Baldwin is the incumbent, and normally that can come with its own advantages and disadvantages, I guess I would say. But what has really been interesting is kind of the reemergence of Senator Tammy Baldwin over the last few weeks. She wasn't there when President Biden was still at the top of this ticket and coming to campaign for things. She said that she had her own kind of Tammy tour across the state for appearances and talking with voters and that sort of thing. But things changed. We talked to her the day after President Biden announced that he was stepping down, and she still was kind of sidestepping the question, but was grateful to President Biden for making that decision. Tonight, I expect this to be about her and about her race against the Republican challenger, Eric Hovde. This is her moment. Again, it's kind of the same thing. This is as big an audience as she will have to make her pitch to Wisconsin and, frankly, donors outside of Wisconsin about why that seat is so important in terms of what Democrats want to do. To get back to Vice President Harris, she has these ideas. Again, gun control, price gouging, even $25,000 loans for first-time homebuyers. Well, it's going to be a heck of a lot easier to achieve that if Democrats have any sense of control in the House and in the Senate. So they have brought up these kind of hopefuls, hoping to either get to the Senate or get back to the Senate, as is Baldwin's case. I expect that she's going to capitalize on that spotlight tonight and kind of make her case as far as why the voters should send her back to Washington.
Yeah. And as we talked about time and time again, the Midwest, Wisconsin, Minnesota, Michigan, very crucial in terms of this battleground states come November. All right, Sam, thank you again. I appreciate your reporting. Great job all week there from Chicago.
You bet. Thanks, Andy.
All right, thanks so much. All right, let's get on Joe Live now from Fox. Great conversation there as well. And we're talking about the Midwest, which means we're also talking about the United Auto Workers. Earlier on today, we heard from Sean Fain. Let's take you out to this press conference as we go into, soon enough, night 4 of the DNC.
This percentage of pay, but to open up the agreement, I don't know that that would be the right path to do it. I mean, every contract, I believe, when we bargain the contract, we should look at that. But the goal is to get people working. I mean, literally, the issue here is they didn't put the jobs here that they committed to. If they put the jobs here, we'd be putting people back to work already, and that's the point. You should already be back to work. And because the company didn't honor that, we're not. So, but I would have to get a benefit person up here to really talk further in depth about the sub.
Sub is kind of a short-term thing to get through retooling and everything. Never was envisioned to go 3+ years. And that's, $36,000 if we go the 3 years that we're losing out on. Sub doesn't cost, if we took that out, it doesn't cost the company any money. It's not money coming out of their pocket. It's just removing the restriction of allowing us to go back to work and get a part-time job somewhere.
Yeah, and there are circumstances we are talking with the company still really about this situation in Belvedere because, they made commitments. So we're trying to, again, get them to do more for the people here. I mean, we did deal with some of the layoff provisions and all that so that, sub took effect and all that.
I can understand if it was costing them money, but this isn't a single penny coming out of their pocket. It's just removing a restriction, allowing us to go get a part-time job.
Yeah, I don't disagree with you, brother. We'll keep talking, so for sure. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Wendy Fitzgerald, and 1268 is our home. And I wanted to thank you guys for saying that you're going to fight to get all of these guys their jobs back.
We're going to fight.
As the union here, it seems like we've always been overlooked because we're so far away from, the big 3. And, I felt like we were overlooked when we got indefinitely laid off in 2022. Okay? Some of us signed up for transfers that never came. Out of all of us that are left that have the pension coming, 35, was it, Matt, people actually got a transfer the early July, where you guys allowed our kids to just go. And what you guys said about Antonio Gaston, God bless you. But I'm telling you, I've been chasing this pension, and I'm now a member of the 1178. Don't know where that stands, but I'm going to tell you, I got videos of the work conditions that we went to, and nobody gave.
All right, Andrew Kraft here now in the anchor chair. Thank you to my colleague, Andy Mack, for guiding you through the last couple of hours of the day's top headlines, so many of them politically focused as well. It is day 4, the final day of the Democratic National Convention. And tonight, of course, the keynote. Vice President Harris will formally accept the presidential nomination from fellow Democrats, fellow delegates there at the United Center in Chicago. And like we have for the last 3 nights, you're going to be watching each and every one of these speeches from start to finish in full as well. Let's get a preview. Let's see what's in store for tonight. We're going to do that with our friend Fox's Connor Hansen. He joins me live. Connor, good to see you yet again here. It's the final night. What is in store? What is to be expected here? What do you have your eye on?
Well, Andrew, I think we're in for quite a few surprises tonight. The stage is set for the final night, the big speech from Vice President Harris, formally accepting the nomination, as you mentioned. And we heard her campaign say that Harris plans to talk about her personal story and her plans for the future. But we have noticed that the list we've seen from the Democratic Party is a little bit smaller. So we'll see if there's some last-minute surprises and ads as we close this thing out.
Some of the most prominent figures in the Democratic Party taking center stage at the United Center this week, rallying behind Vice President Kamala Harris.
Kamala Harris will work to solve our problems, seize our opportunities, ease our fears, and make sure every single American, however they vote, has a chance to chase their dreams.
But tonight, all eyes will be on the vice president as she introduces her vision for America to voters. Just a month after President Joe Biden dropped out of the race and she ascended to the top of the ticket.
We've got a chance to make Kamala Harris the next president of the United States. But I think we owe it to the American people to tell them exactly what she'd do as president before we ask them for their votes.
Meanwhile, her opponent, former President Donald Trump, has been on the campaign trail all week. Today, he's in Arizona along the southern border talking immigration, an issue many see as Harris's biggest weakness.
They've unleashed a deadly plague of migrant crime on our country by not doing their job.
And Vice President Harris will make history tonight as the first black woman and Asian American to accept a major party's nomination. Andrew?
All right, Connor, I got to ask, there's so much speculation on social media right now about who this surprise guest might be at the DNC tonight. I'm hearing Beyonce, Taylor Swift. There's so many names out there. What are you hearing?
Well, Andrew, we've definitely been peddling in those rumors ourselves up here in Media Row, up in the cheap seats above the stadium. But we do know the Chicks, formerly the Dixie Chicks, will be performing the national anthem. We know they haven't been shy about talking about politics in the past. We know Pink is set to perform tonight. And as I mentioned before, the list seemed a little shorter than nights past, and we know Vice President Harris won't come on till later, so I think there's plenty of room tonight for them to slip in some surprises, but we'll keep an eye and see if there's any celebrity appearances doing mic checks, and we'll get right back to you on that, Andrew.
All right, Connor Hansen there live for us at the United Center in Chicago. You know, politically speaking, the final nights of these conventions, you always see the confetti, you see the balloons drop from the ceiling. Are we expecting that too?
Oh, for sure. You can't see it from directly behind me, or maybe you can slightly, but that entire ceiling of this United Center is loaded with balloons. We saw it at the Republican National Convention. People walking around on the floor had balloons up to their waists, so we can expect a major celebration here. It could be another late night like we've seen throughout the week, but the energies remained high, and we'll see the Democrats trying to keep it high as we close this convention out.
All right, Connor Hansen there in Chicago for us. Connor, can't thank you enough. We'll talk when all the festivities wrap up tonight.
Thanks, Andrew.
All right, in the meantime here, we're just getting started. It's the top of the hour, 3 o'clock here on the West Coast, 5 o'clock there in the Windy City. We have our live picture there over the United Center. The arena is getting set there. The delegates are taking their seats. And we have some confirmed speakers that we can report as well. We're going to get our next panel set up. We're going to be bringing in some political reporters, just like Connor there, to help us make sense of more of these questions going into night 4. All right, and you, again, are watching this live picture there inside the United Center. I'm Andrew Kraft yet again. Thanks for being with us. We are in a new hour. I have a lot of questions for our next panelists. We're going to bring them in right now. Stephen Newcomb with Axios and our friend Tom LoBianco with 24-Sight. And Tom, you're in Chicago. Stephen, not sure if you're in Chicago as well. It doesn't matter because I have so many of these political questions that we want to get to right now here. Let's recap from last night. Tim Walz taking the stage to rapturous applause here. How did he do? This was an introduction to the American people, maybe an introduction to fellow Democrats as well, who might not have known much about him. Tom, you were there. How was his response and reaction?
You know what was interesting is inside the hallway, and I wrote about this in the 24/7 newsletter today, inside the hall, inside the convention center, kind of flat. It was not as exciting as Oprah Winfrey. It was not as riveting as Stevie Wonder and, to a lesser degree, Bill Clinton. But it kind of gets to this issue, which is conventions are about playing to the audience at home. All right, you got everybody worked up in here, and obviously, the Democrats certainly are amped up a good bit. But the message you keep hearing, all these different events out here in Chicago is turn that into votes. Get out there and vote. And that seemed to be what Walz was doing last night. He was really focusing on the audience at home.
Stephen, I wanted to ask as well, Oprah was the surprise last night. How effective was her speech? How was it received? I've been asking so many of our reporter friends who are there on the ground, what is the effect these speeches are having? We can get into historically and philosophically whether convention speeches matter at all here, but Oprah, what was that about, Stephen?
Yeah, I think the cameos from famous folks who aren't necessarily in politics, what they serve to do, but yeah, you can sort of focus on the substance of their speeches and talk about what they talked about. But what it really does, I think, in my opinion, is just bring extra eyes to these conventions. I mean, if you can get a big draw, I know everybody's talking about whether Beyonce is going to be there tonight. If you can get Beyonce there, whether she speaks, whether she performs in any capacity, you're bringing eyes that wouldn't usually be on the convention. So I think that that's the draw of having some of those pretty high-profile celebs come and either perform or speak. It's not really about what they're saying. Obviously, they're stumping for the party and for Vice President Harris, but it's really just about their presence in the first place.
Tom, that leads me to this question, too. Some Republican critics of the DNC and how it's been produced have said it's just all vibes. It's sentimental. Mm-hmm. It's just feelings. It's substanceless here. Last night we saw portions relating to January 6th, to immigration, to gun violence here. Are those critics correct? Is their assessment apt that it's just vibes or no?
Well, it's the vibes election. I mean, the play on the phrase here, and by that we mean emotion. I mean, look, 8 years ago, Republicans and Trump won on vibes, raw emotion, and it worked incredibly for them back then. And now it seems to be Democrats who have that raw emotion. And of course, the question that really gets at with this is, okay, does that translate going out of Chicago? And I think that it does. And a couple of reasons why. A couple of weeks ago, we talked about this. We were talking about the honeymoon. Well, it's been about 4 weeks now. You talked about the sugar rush potentially with Tim Walz. It seems to be working. As I wrote about in the newsletter today, this seems to be more about turning out the base. Maybe not winning over swing voters. When you have Jeff Duncan up there, the former lieutenant governor, talking about how you need to how you need this to turn out Republicans, and it's just not working for them. Okay, and I don't know that works really well. But in terms of the vibes, I do think that carries forward. That seems to be momentum at this point.
Stephen, there's been so many comparisons made between the RNC and the DNC. We know the DNC is, somewhat modestly beating out the RNC in some of these viewership and ratings numbers over the last 3 days here. But when you want to talk and you want to put both of these conventions side by side here, how effectual will they be for those voters on the fence, those undecideds? To Tom's point, it seemed like a theme of the Democrats this week has been, we're going to trot out some of these former Trump voters, former Trump administration officials to say what's at stake here. That just seems to be the strategy. Let's draw some comparisons and some differences between the RNC and the DNC and how this was all pulled off, Stephen.
Yeah, I think we still need to see what the vice president is going to say. I think that's still, the nightcap, right, of what everybody's going to be talking about. So we can sort of compare and contrast the Trump speech, which at the RNC was, I don't know, Tom would know better, but it's got to be one of his longest, speeches ever, and a lot of off the cuff sort of rambling, and he's been so effective with that throughout his career. So we'll have to see. I imagine that Vice President Harris's speech will not be like that. It will be much more scripted. But you talk about the viewership numbers. Yes, modestly better. I think just, again, the idea of the vibes. I mean, the Democratic convention, maybe not so much last night, but in the first two nights, a lot of energy, especially when both the Obamas were speaking, particularly former First Lady Michelle Obama, who I think has sort of been the standout of this entire convention. It just seems like there's more energy around the DNC now. I wasn't in Chicago. I'm not in Chicago. I wasn't in Wisconsin, in Milwaukee. So again, Tom would know better if on the ground that's reflective. But at least the people I talk to and through the TV, that looks to be the case.
Stephen and Tom, that's so important, too, because how does this all translate into votes, into enthusiasm? Does the energy last? Many of Harris's critics have described this period as a honeymoon period, that Democrats are on a sugar high. We'll have to wait and see if there's some type of polling bump in the immediate wake of the DNC. But, what will Harris say, Tom? I think that's the question on all of our minds. There's also been this theme in this narrative, Tom, that she needs to redefine herself. But she's been in the public eye for 5-6 years as a senator, as vice president. Why does she need to redefine herself still? I mean, how many times has she had to redefine herself?
Well, first let me say that I'm seeing exactly what Steve was talking about. And of course, that is a reflection of Newton's a good source of. And he's got the pulse correct as best I can see it out here on the ground. And in terms of Harris redefining herself, this is a chance. And I think you've seen this with a lot of these new stars. I mean, we're down here in the weeds. If you ask us about Jasmine Crockett, Congresswoman, we know about her, but this is always the first time the national stage is for her. So, in a sense, this is also the first time a lot of people are seeing Kamala Harris. And maybe for us, and it's really important for us to note this, redefining, but for the nation, a chance to define herself for the very first time. And I think you've seen a lot of that heading into this. The Doug Emhoff speech, the second gentleman, a good bit with the Tim Walz speech last night. Even a lot of good sets from the Obamas, a lot from Biden on the first night about her biography. And you're going to be seeing a lot of that. We've been hearing a lot about the immigrant story, her parents from Jamaica, from India, growing up as a young Black girl after immigration and having to, get through that, the busing. So I think that we're going to be hearing her story a lot in the way they want to present it for the first time. And of course, it's going to be on us to do some good fact checking when we get time.
I know you guys are both students of political history. I'm going to get back to that question. I'm going to ask you, Stephen, this. Will we remember any of this next year? I mean, are political conventions and the speeches in them memorable to an extent where whenever the next convention rolls around, we'll remember what happened at the last one? I can only think, just this century of a few moments, of course, Clint Eastwood and the empty chair, of course, back in 2016 at the RNC. Ted Cruz telling delegates to vote their conscience when Donald Trump was new on the political scene. Are any of these speeches going to be remembered? And if not, is that just a fact of life for political conventions, Stephen?
Yeah, two thoughts. One, I think that what happens in the future actually is going to inform whether we remember some of these things. For example, then Senator Obama's speech, I think it's in 2004, for, I guess it was the convention, was a headline stealer. And obviously we look back on that now. He went on to become president, be the party's nominee, two-term president. We look back on that and we say, wow, that was the moment in which he really had a coming out on the national stage. So I think that some of these Senate candidates, maybe we may look back in 6, 12 years and be like, wow, that was that moment that Senate candidate, that congressperson really came out on the national stage. Maybe it doesn't hit us quite as forcefully right now. But also should be cognizant of the fact that it is almost the end of August. We have over 2 months to go until the election. We're going to turn the corner on this honeymoon. We're going to turn the corner on the DNC, and there's going to be a news cycle in the next week, 2 weeks, 3 weeks that is going to make us completely forget about everything that has happened in Chicago. So I think right now it's just about riding the wave of what's going on. Democrats were in free fall with Biden at the top of the ticket. They want to ride this wave of good vibes, good juju for as long as they can. But there is going to be a time when we turn the corner from both of these conventions and we're going to forget what we're talking about right now.
Yeah, the 24-hour news cycle. Tom, final thoughts?
Yeah, I agree with Stephen. We're on the cusp of RFK Jr. potentially endorsing Trump. We're going to be heading into Labor Day, and there's going to be a lot of action, and it's going to get a lot tougher for Harris and Harris. And there are new commodities now. There is that novelty effect. Eventually, as we've been talking about, they're going to have to do interviews. They're going to have to do sit-downs. Harris will have to start making herself more accessible. You can't avoid that. And we're going to head right from Labor Day right into the presidential debate in the heart of all of this in Philadelphia. So, yeah, it's going to get a lot tougher out in Chicago.
All right, Tom LoBianco, Stephen Newcomb there for us covering the DNC. Can't thank you guys enough. We'll talk soon.
Thank you.
All right, in the meantime here, Tom and Stephen, they brought up some things we'll be watching out for here on Live Now. Of course, on Friday, former President Donald Trump will be holding a rally here in the Phoenix area. But also another presidential candidate, independent Robert F. Kennedy Jr., will be holding his own type of rally in the Phoenix, Arizona area as well, after reports coming out yesterday that he plans to drop out of the race and potentially endorse former President Trump. We'll have to keep our eye out on that. Also, what I'm keeping my eye out on is when the DNC is all said and done, when will Vice President Harris deliver her first one-on-one interview with a media outlet? Remember, the Harris campaign said as much earlier this month that sometime later in August they would do that. Hasn't been done yet since she became the presumptive Democratic nominee. And then, of course, going into the debate on September 10th there in Philadelphia on ABC News. Live Now look there still over the United Center. We have more of our reporters on standby as well. We're going to be talking about one of these really, I would argue, the most emotional moment of the night regarding Tim Walz's children, Hope and Gus, as they got a shout out in the rally arena there as Tim Walz was delivering this speech, introducing himself to the wider public, but Democrats as well. We're going to be speaking to some of our Fox 9 Minneapolis reporters about that speech and still how it's being received. All right, and so like I said, we're about to go out to Chicago yet again. Our friends at Fox 9 Minneapolis standing by there. But this was the moment. I just want to put up this tweet here from the Fox News channel. Tim Walz's son, Gus, became tearful during his dad's DNC speech, adding a sweet and touching moment to the event. If you were watching Live Now Live last night at this moment, Gus Walz stood up, tears in his eyes, sobbing, and then pointing to his father, saying, "That's my dad." We want to bring into the conversation now Fox 9 Minneapolis reporter Corin Hoggard. He has the lowdown on this just incredible moment. You don't see the emotions so resonate in these speeches at conventions. Corin joins me. Corin, thanks for being with us here. I think, you know, Democrat, Republican alike, beside your political stripes there, I think that moment hit a lot of people watching Tim Walz's speech last night. How is it still being received there in Chicago?
was definitely the viral moment of the night. We heard more about it this morning as we talked to delegates from Minnesota. I got to mention last night was totally a Minnesota goodbye because the Minnesota delegation stayed here more than an hour after the convention ended. The United Center literally had to turn out the lights on them because they were just keeping around and celebrating the vice presidential nomination, and they got to see the governor again this morning. They were really happy about that. But last night, really, the emotions of the night carried the night, and especially when it came to Gus Walz, that really stole the show.
Hope, Gus, and Gwen, you are my entire world, and I love you.
The enthusiasm and tears of Gus Walz captured the hearts of convention viewers as much or more than his father's acceptance speech. By the time Governor Walz embraced his family on stage, social media was on fire with praise for the 17-year-old, and leaders in the party noticed.
It wasn't Governor Walz terrific last night, but the person who stole the show, the person who is the iconic image across America, is Gus. Is Gus.
Well, good morning, everybody.
A loud and proud Minnesota delegation welcomed the governor home, so to speak, for his first appearance after accepting the nomination. At Thursday's delegation breakfast, he credited the legislators and supporters who put him in position to potentially become the state's third vice president.
Thank you for giving us the strength to do the job that was asked of us, but to know that Minnesota was standing with us, to know that Minnesota was there with our family, to know that Minnesota would be able to get it done.
And Governor Walz attended the breakfast this morning with his wife, Minnesota's First Lady, Gwen Walz. The children weren't there, but, they were the talk of the breakfast. Everybody noticing just the pride on Gus's face and, knowing his life story made it a little bit, more touching for the folks back home in Minnesota. Andrew?
Corin, for our viewers who aren't from Minnesota, I myself am wondering, what is a Minnesota goodbye? Help us define that.
A Minnesota goodbye is you're sitting at somebody's house and it's time to leave, but basically the conversation keeps going endlessly until somebody slaps their knees and says, well, and that's the end. And then everybody leaves. But Minnesota goodbyes just last forever.
Okay, I think the clarification will be welcome to so many of our viewers. Corin Hoggard there live for us in Chicago. Thanks so much, Corin. We'll talk soon.
You got it, Andrew.
All right, in the meantime here, we are just getting started. We're going to be continuing to bring in more voices, more reporters like Corin there, like Stephen Newcomb of Axios, like Tom LoBianco at 24-Site. We do have our live picture there. Inside the arena, this is yet another vantage point here. Let's take that. You can see a lot of the delegates are entering into the United Center there. So stand by, you see. We also know there's going to be a musical performance to kind of coincide with Vice President Harris's acceptance speech with the singer and songwriter Pink as well. She was doing her mic check not too long ago. So you can see there some of the DNC officials and some of the delegates are gearing up. It's probably about to start in the next 10 minutes here, like it has the last 3 nights as well. This is night 4 of the Democratic National Convention. I'm Andrew Kraft. We can't thank you enough for choosing Live Now for your go-to source, live, raw, unfiltered, and uninterrupted. We're going to be showing you yet again all of these speeches from start to finish in their entirety. But I have a lot more political questions to ask so many reporters who are down on the ground there, including our friend at the Associated Press, Meg Kennard. She joins me. And Meg, thanks for being with us. I know you've been so busy kind of scrambling around there. It's a very large venue. You've been having some great reporting, great scoops there. So thanks for making time for us. In the meantime, though, I'm going to ask a question to you. I think I asked you yesterday. We just asked our panelists this as well. What is Harris going to say tonight? And this narrative that has formed that she needs to redefine herself, redefine her message. What does that mean, the redefinition of Vice President Harris? She's been on the political scene for several years. Is that a policy-based narrative, or is it personal, or is it both, Meg?
Hey, Andrew, it's really good to be back with you again. I think that for Vice President Harris, this speech could comprise a little bit of everything that you just mentioned. Yes, she's vice president. Yes, she is the nominee of her party. But as we all know, this is the time of year when most people are really just beginning to tune in to what the campaign and the election are all about. And so there is going to be a bit of an opportunity for her to be introducing herself to those who plan to vote maybe, but are only tangentially aware of really what's going on in politics. Sometimes it feels like, to you and me who cover this stuff so closely, how could you not be following every twist and turn? But most people around us are out there doing real life all the time and not as up on every move in the political sphere as we are. Good for them. And so this will be a chance for her to really be saying, here's who I am, here's what I'm about. But as you know, there are a lot of gaps in what even those who have been paying really close attention to Kamala Harris and her campaign, there are some gaps for them in terms of her policies and what exactly she would plan to do if she's elected to the White House. That's criticism that we've been hearing hot and heavy from former President Donald Trump, the Republican nominee, and his supporters. And so this could be an opportunity for her to kind of flick at some of those notions in this speech tonight. I doubt that what we will hear from the vice president will be heavy on policy, but there could be a couple of opportunities for her to at least get a few ideas in there and then, of course, be expanding on them in the weeks to come.
You know, Meg, I'm going to ask you this too, because some of the critics of the DNC, you know, mostly if not all Republicans, are saying the convention there in Chicago, it's just vibes. It's not substance. Is that something that is in the atmosphere there amongst the press corps maybe? We have also seen some of the Republican counter-programming throughout the course of the week. Former President Trump visiting the southern border today in Arizona. We just showed our viewers former presidential candidate Vivek Ramaswamy joining one of these protests in and around Chicago just to hear the other side here. So seems like Republicans are doing all of that to counter this. But back to the vibes versus substance question. What is it? Maybe it's both?
I think it is a little bit of both. I think let's not forget, conventions are often almost always about vibes. This is a pretty ceremonial, celebratory experience. And so every 4 years, these major parties get together and just kind of say, here we are, here's who's at the top of our ticket, and try to drum up this excitement as they head into these final couple of weeks. Obviously, this cycle is unprecedented in a bunch of different ways. And it has meant that the Republican National Convention, coming right off after that assassination attempt on Donald Trump's life, that was a very heavy convention. And so it wasn't really just the vibe, so to speak, that Republicans would have been trying to put out there. But what we are seeing and hearing in this fall, for sure, there are a lot of energetic vibes and happy vibes when it comes to Kamala Harris and Tim Walz as her vice presidential pick. We will see how sustained those are. But I think that the crowd behind me that you see in this arena, they are ready to celebrate Kamala Harris tonight. That is certainly what they are looking to get out of this evening. But every speaker that's taken that stage has talked about how great it is where they are as a Democratic Party. They've also noted how tough they see the work to come is in these next 70 some odd days before November 5th. So there is a notion that, yes, we are celebrating, we are happy with where we are, but we know that we have a lot of work to do when it comes to actually drumming up the votes in what we anticipate will be a really close.
Yeah, you know, Meg, we were drawing some of the comparisons and differences between the RNC and the DNC. I'm just struck by the volume, the number of speakers each and every night when we get the list of speakers. There's so many more than the RNC had there in Milwaukee, Meg. And I'm just kind of curious to, you know, what has the Associated Press done on this angle? But the Democratic bench looking ahead to 2028, looking ahead to 2032, I mean, some are saying it is stacked. And does that speak to, you know, the number of Democrats that have had a speaking slot there in Chicago? Not only those running for Senate, also some incumbents, but some of these, you know, would-be vice presidential contenders that Harris didn't pick, but they have gotten a slot too. The bench is stacked, is it not?
We all know that the 2028 election starts on November 6th, right after the 2024 election is over. So we are certainly seeing a lot of those Democrats that are in that deep bench that you talk about, that party leaders have been flicking at, taking the stage behind me. We'll hear from more of them tonight. including Michigan Governor Gretchen Whitmer, who is one of those quote-unquote rising stars within the Democratic Party. But we'll also be hearing from North Carolina Governor Roy Cooper, who was on that list of potential VP picks for Kamala Harris this go-around. I don't know if he's planning on running for president himself in the future, but he is certainly one of those, and he comes from a state that can be kind of swingy in a general election, so he'll be taking the stage as well. But certainly, when you look at the list of all of the people who have been speakers at this convention and we'll be hearing from tonight as well, Democrats are very quick to point out and look at the depth and breadth of what we have to offer in cycles to come, not just in those down ballot races that you know, but also in potential future presidential races. They're very happy about that. They're trying to be a future-looking, forward-looking party, and that is reflected in the list of speakers, which we have been getting every night so close to the actual beginning of proceedings we just got tonight. So that's why I have it top of mind, because I was just looking at it.
Yes, my producers are going to hand me that list. I know we just got it. Now, Meg, lastly, though, I want to know if the Associated Press has any exclusive reporting on who the surprise guest is going to be. Meg, what are you hearing?
The only question, literally the only question that people have been asking me today is Beyonce coming? Are we going to have a Beyonce moment here in the United Center? I don't have an answer to that. I really wish that I could give you some breaking news right here live with you. But it is certainly something that people are very interested in, excited about. We will see as it all unfolds and happens live here. There will be musical performances, but either Beyonce or Taylor Swift. Those are the questions I keep getting, and we'll see. I bet there are a lot of fingers crossed out there that we'll have a big star moment tonight.
You know, Meg, I just want to take a moment and just acknowledge that, you know, we've relied on your expertise, your reporting, your political know-how all throughout the primary cycle this year and into the general. It is almost Labor Day. We're really cruising. We're, what, 75 days away from November 5th there. And it's going to be a very busy fall, the first debate, maybe a second debate. It's still undetermined, unconfirmed there between Trump and Harris. Doesn't seem likely a vice presidential debate we're going to have. It's still going to be a long 2.5 months. But the conventions are almost over. And I wanted to ask, you are a student, an admirer of political history yourself. Does anyone remember what happens at conventions when they go into the ballot box? Does it sway voters at all, or is it just a pep rally for the parties?
I often talk about this, particularly when it comes to presidential debates. I think the June debate that we all saw might have been a little bit different because it did mean some big changes for the whole presidential race this year. But I think the same could be true of conventions, that this is an exciting week for the parties that are hosting them. And for self-avowed political nerds like me, who if I weren't here, I'd be watching it from home and following along with both the Democrats and the Republicans. I think that in this world, though, where we have so much digital media, and there are 200 creators and influencers here in that arena, too, in addition to the more traditional media outlets that are capturing these moments, flipping them and hoping that they go viral in digital platforms. I think that since we're in that world, there is an opportunity for some of this content and these moments and the memorable instances that happen from the stage or otherwise, for those to kind of continue to live on a little bit longer. What remains to be seen, though, is if those persuade any voters that have yet to make up their minds. There is a lot of runway between now and November 5th, so there's plenty of time, but we shall see how much of a lasting impact this convention will have on anyone who's in the middle, in a swing state, and hasn't yet decided how they're going to vote.
Yeah, you know, when you and I discussed all of this starting at convention week on Monday, and even Tuesday, I had asked you whether or not, because the speeches are going on so much later into the night, past primetime programming, whether or not that would have a deleterious effect on the candidates themselves and the speakers here. Is it working against or for Democrats that this is going really, really late each and every night?
It is a little bit harder to keep that East Coast attention when we're going so far past that here in the Central Time Zone. I have had some people point out to me that maybe the Democrats, if they're going later, are seeing this as more of a West Coast convention, that they're trying to get some more eyeballs on the West Coast in what's still prime time for them, even though it's not in Central or Eastern. We shall see. We have seen the program kind of pick up. As you hear behind me, they're getting started on the stage here in just a few moments. And there have been plenty of bits of information that have gone out to the speakers. Hey, try to keep your remarks concise so we can keep the program moving and keep that energy without any. We'll see how it goes, but I think that's what the planners would love to happen tonight.
All right, Meg Kennard with the Associated Press. Meg, can't thank you enough. Talk soon.
You got it.
All right, and in the meantime here, night 4 of the Democratic National Convention there in Chicago, beginning right now. Minion Moore, the deputy chairwoman of the DNC, will gavel in the delegates for the night. Let's watch.
Final season of the convention, I am more than pleased to pass the gavel to co-chair Representative Veronica Escobar.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The fourth season of the 49th Quadrennial National Convention of the Democratic Party will now come to order.
Please stand if you are able for this evening's invocation, offered by American Federation of Government Employees National President, Dr. Everett Kelly, and Imam Muhammad Abdul Alim.
Let us pray. Eternal God, our Father, creator of the universe, help us to rise together in unity and love. The work ahead is monumental. We must heed our call to feed the hungry, heal the sick, and comfort all who suffer. We must conquer fear, injustice, and despair. Our great democracy's foundation is our knowledge that all are equal in God's eyes, that righteous truth, your gift of freedom and equality, are being questioned once again. They're what our forefathers and mothers fought and died for. They died on battlefields, in factories, on farms and picket lines. They died in chains. They died for a better world. Beloved Creator, all this tonight, our democracy is now on the line. In the months that remain, guide Vice President Harris and Governor Walz with your wisdom and your thoughts. Eternal One, hear our prayer. Set our hearts afire that we may never weary in doing with your will in the pursuit of justice. In your Son's name, amen.
Our merciful benefactor, the Creator Redeemer, who opens the way to us to have a good conscience and life. Grant that we continue as a nation out of many one, a people of faith, taking pride in caring for our common humanity. Let us pray that this great nation inspire nations to advance social and economic progress. Oh God, make us among those who seek justice for all. Oh God, help us stand with humanity against hate. Oh God, bless us to approach each day with a feeling of gratitude and remembrance of you. Bless our homes and our schools. Bless us to never be without hope. Bless us in every decision, endeavor, and undertaking. Bless the efforts of the presidency to secure more opportunities for all in our great society. And finally, bless Americans to cherish our freedom and noble essence. Amen. Amen.
Please remain standing for the presentation of colors by the Illinois State Police Honor Guard.
Detail, attention. Carry, colors. Forward, march. Left. 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 Colors. Color stern.
Please remain standing for the Pledge of Allegiance, led by Luna Mehring, 6th grader from Oakland, California.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Left. 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 Left.